A Republic for China. The Cornell Era. January 1912. Pages 240 to 242. Cornell Papers. The New Year bells, as Tennyson sang, did ring out the old, ring in the new. Amidst their merry chimes there was brought forth, in the ancient land of China, a republic. Liberty rejoices in it. China's sons are rejoicing in it. Yet the world hesitates to join in our voices of rapture and gratification. There are still sneers and laughter at the idea of a republic for China. It is in the defense of this chosen music of liberty for China that I venture to submit to our American friends a justification of that new birth in China. The world seems to have the misconception that democracy is entirely a new thing to the Chinese. I call it a misconception because, though China has been under monarchical government for thousands of years, still, behind the monarchs and the aristocrats there has been dominating in China a quiet, peaceful, Oriental form of democracy. The Book of History, the oldest of China's classics, has the golden rule for the rulers. The people should be cherished, and should not be downtrodden. The people are the root of a nation. If the root be firm, the nation is safe. Mencius, the Montesquieu of the Orient, said, "The people are to be regarded most, the sovereign the least. He who gains the favor of a feudal prince may become an official. He who gains the favor of an emperor may become a feudal prince. But he who wins the hearts of the people is the Son of Heaven, that is, the emperor." That the people are to be regarded most has been the essence of the laws of China. Most founders of the dynasties were men who won, not conquered, the people. Neglect of the people has always been a pretext in every declaration of the numerous revolutions which terminated old dynasties and established new ones. The power of the Chinese rulers has always been limited, not so much by constitutionalism as by the ethical teachings of our sages. The sovereigns had to observe that a ruler, as defined by the sages, was one who shepherds the people. Very few rulers in Chinese history have dared to indulge in such extravagances and brutal cruelty as are described in English and French history. There were ministers and censors to censure, and revolts to dread. Such was the Chinese despotism, such was the democracy or people's strength in China. So much for the past. Now let us look into the China of today. There are on the Manchu throne the baby emperor, the regent, and the empress dowager. There are numerous Manchu princes, who are born nobles and born officials. But among the Chinese, there is no class of nobility. There are no princes, no lords, no dukes. The officials, to quote from an article written by Dr. Wu Tingfang, formerly Minister to the United States and now Foreign Minister of the new Republic, spring from the people, and to the people they return. With the Manchu throne there will go all the Manchu princes, and there is no recognized royal family to set up in place of the departing royal house. Thus, as Dr. Wu further remarks, with the Manchu throne removed there is left a made-to-order republic. A leading weekly in this country argues that political history almost universally shows that a monarchy, limited by constitutionalism, must, in the development of nations, precede a republic of purely democratic form. I am no student of political history, but so far as I can see, if the purely democratic form of government had never come into existence, or if it had once appeared and been obscured by ages of monarchy and aristocracy, then a limited monarchy might precede a republic. But when men have beheld the example of this great country, and of other nations where liberty and equality prevail, and have realized the merits thereof, they will never be satisfied with a monarchy. When the eyes of the people of Eden had once been opened, even the Almighty could not but let them go. This is precisely the situation in China. That the Manchu dynasty must disappear goes without saying. And, as I have said, there is no recognized royal family to set up in place of the departing house. Shall we, after so much struggle and so much bloodshed, be so ridiculous as to offer a crown to some individual, and set him up as a national ornament, merely for the sake of fulfilling a theory of political history? And even if China needs a monarchy, who will be the emperor? The world looks upon Yuan Shikai, the imperial premier, as the fittest man for the throne. But alas, the world has been greatly deceived by its short-sighted newspaper correspondents in China. To the minds of the Chinese, Yuan Shikai is a mean man, a traitor. It was he who betrayed the late emperor and brought to a disastrous end the Reformation of 1898, which would have succeeded but for the treason of Yuan, and which, if it had succeeded, would have spared the world the Boxers' War and saved the Chinese from the shame and the weighty burden of indemnity which resulted from that war. During the short period of his premiership, thousands of lives and millions of property were lost which would have been spared but for the ambitious efforts of Yuan. He is not in the hearts of the people. He has sinned against his country. Others may suggest that we offer to some of our own revolutionary leaders a crown instead of a presidential seal. Dr. Sun Yat-sen, Dr. Wu Tingfang, or General Huang Hin would be the man. But while these are men who would willingly die for the welfare of their country, they are not fighting for personal ambition. They do not want to be Caesars or Diazes. They want, and the people expect them to be, only Washingtons or Franklins. And even if China has the fit man for the crown, and a monarchy is set up, then, when the Chinamen have come to such a political standard as the Americans of the 18th century, what shall we do with the monarchy? The English people have spent a number of years trying in vain to diminish the power of the House of Lords, not to speak of the royal house. Why should we pave the way for bloodshed in the future, when it is now in our power to prevent it? We have thus far seen the impossibility of the establishment of a monarchical government in China today. For several years, China has had her provincial assemblies and her national senate. The Chinese have learned to elect representatives. They now decide to have a republic. Their decision is a wise one, for the world is tending toward democracy. You have all seen the Young Turks cast their sultan into prison. You have all seen Portugal exile her king, and you have all seen Mexico elect her first president of the new republic. China simply responds to the world's mighty, irresistible call. She has rung the first bell of liberty in that great continent of Asia. May that sweet sound be prolonged and echoed throughout the whole earth, and long may our land be bright with freedom's holy light. Analysis of the monarchical restoration in China. Columbia Spectator, January 14, 1916. Page 7. What do the Chinese students think of the present political changes in China? That I do not know. I can only say what I personally feel about this matter. First of all, I welcome the change from a republic to a monarchy. There are 1,001 reasons why I should welcome this change, and for brevity's sake, I only mention a few. True character of Chinese government revealed. New foreign opinion affected by change. Danger under new regime. New hereditary class. What, it may be asked, are the dangers which are likely to result from this change. In the first place, it will revive many of the evils which are necessarily attached to the monarchical form of government, and which have been swept away by the Revolution of 1911. One of the most obvious evils already brought about by the present change is the creation of a hereditary class of nobility. It has been authentically reported that this class is to consist of 6 ranks, namely, Prince, Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, and Baron, all to be hereditary as long as the government lasts. The establishment of a privileged class of nobility in an age when the more advanced nations are questioning the right of inheritance of property is beyond all doubt a step deserving the just condemnation of the whole world. But fortunately, this class is to be hereditary only as long as the government lasts. Reinstatement of corrupt official class. In the second place, the monarchy will in all probability reinstate the old and corrupt official class, which has been the greatest evil in the history of China. It is no exaggeration to say that the bought and sold officialdom in China was a greater evil than opium smoking or even foot binding. And if the revolution of 1911 accomplished nothing more than sending this bought and sold official class back to their cold benches at home, that alone is sufficient to counterbalance all the condemnation which has of late poured upon the revolution. But alas, this class is being resurrected from oblivion and placed in positions to govern and rule the Chinese nation, because it has succeeded in getting on the bandwagon of the new dynasty, and has helped the making of the emperorship. Revolution, an inevitable result. In the third place, the monarchical restoration will naturally arouse a series of disturbances and revolutions throughout the country. Already a revolution has been started in the province of Yunnan under the leadership of General Cao, and it is highly probable that it will spread to the other parts of China. It must be remembered that, when men like Dr. Goodnow advocated a monarchy for China, they urged that it was necessary, in order that all tendencies toward the disintegration of the country might be checked. Unfortunately, they failed to see that China could not be united in a monarchy, and that a reactionary government, with arbitrary powers, necessarily breeds disintegration and invites revolution. Cessation of constructive policies. Lastly, and perhaps this the worst outcome of the whole situation, there will be a complete cessation of all constructive and productive policies in every department of the government. The government is at present wasting all its energy in the monarchist propaganda, in suppressing all expression of dissatisfaction on the part of the people, and in arming itself against the revolutionists. And the discontented youths of the nation, too, will also be wasting their time and life in political plotting and revolting against the government, until they can finally overthrow it and re-establish the government which they desire. And all this waste of energy and opportunity is due to the selfish ambitions of some most unscrupulous politicians. Manufacturing the will of the people. The Journal of Race Development, 1917, Volume 7, Number 3, pages 319 to 328. When in December 1915, I was reading the numerous telegraphic messages from the provinces urging Mr. Yuan Shikai to become emperor, my curiosity was aroused by the fact that while the messages differed from one another both in conception and in execution, there were 40 odd words which occurred together in all of them. These words were, "We, representatives of the citizens, by virtue of the will of the people, do hereby reverently nominate the present President Yuan Shikai as Emperor of the Chinese Empire, and invest him with all the supreme sovereign rights of the state. May he serve heaven, and lay the foundation to be transmitted to his heirs throughout 10,000 generations. To any observant reader it was apparent that some master hand had been behind all those lengthy and flowery memorials, for otherwise it would be utterly inexplicable how the province of Kansu and the province of Kiangsu, to take the two extremes, could use the same highbrow language of the will of the people and the supreme sovereign rights of the state. This surmise was not incorrect. These words, 45 in all in the original, were secretly telegraphed from the monarchist headquarters in Peking to all the military and civil governors of the provinces on October 23, 1915, with the instruction that they must be inserted in the memorials of nomination. This and many other secret telegrams sent from the monarchist headquarters in Peking to the various provinces, all of which to be deciphered either with the Hua Code or with the Code of the Executive Mansion, have been collected from those provinces later taking part in the Third Revolution, and have since been published in several languages. No better introduction to this most remarkable collection of historic documents is needed than the following passage from the last telegram in this collection dated December 21, 1915. Since the promulgation of the law on the formation of the Convention of the Citizens' Representatives, we, who are devoted to the welfare of the state, have desired to see that the decisions of that convention do not run counter to the wishes of the people. We have therefore striven so to apply the law as to meet the real needs and circumstances, adhering to the law whenever possible, and yielding to expediency whenever necessary. In carrying out this policy, there may have been certain letters and telegrams, both official and private, which have transgressed the bounds of the law. They will become absolutely useless when the affair is finished. Moreover, no matter how carefully their secrets are guarded, they will always remain as concrete records which might seriously compromise us, and, should they be handed down as part of the national records, they will stain the opening pages of the history of the new dynasty. The central government, after carefully considering the matter, has concluded that it would be better to sort out and burn the documents in order to remove all unnecessary records and prevent regrettable consequences. For these reasons, you are hereby requested to sift out all telegrams, letters, and dispatches concerning the change in the form of government, excepting those required by law to be filed on record, and cause the same to be burnt in your presence. But this measure of precaution was already too late. It was sent out on the 21st of December, and on that very day troops were mobilized in the province of Yunnan, and 2 days later the famous Yunnan ultimatum reached Peking, demanding the immediate punishment of the leaders of the monarchist propaganda. The independence of that province was proclaimed on December 25th, thus beginning the Third Revolution, which lasted until the death of Yuan Shikai on June 6, 1916. A complete history of the monarchist movement in China has yet to be written. Only a brief summary of its important steps can be given here. We shall not go back to Yuan Shikai's expulsion by force of the opposition members in the National Assembly, and the consequent dissolution of that body for lacking a quorum. Nor need we to take up the long story of the revision of the Constitution, and of the Presidential Election Act, which gave the President absolute powers, and made his term of office not only permanent, but also hereditary. Suffice to say that Yuan Shikai and his clique were not satisfied with a virtually permanent and hereditary presidency. They wanted a full-formed monarchy, and they set out to realize that aim with a political skillfulness and dexterity, which must surprise many a professional politician of the West. The first step in the grand scheme for the overthrow of the Republic and for the establishment of a monarchy was to call for voluntary petitions from the people urging a change in the form of government. We quote from the Code Telegram to the governors of the provinces dated August 30th, 1915. We propose that petitions be sent in the name of the citizens of the respective provinces to the Administrative Council acting in the capacity of national legislature, so as to demonstrate the wish of the people to have a monarchy. The plan suggested is for each province to send in a separate petition, the draft of which will be made here and wired to the respective provinces in due course of time. At all events, the change in the form of the state will have to be effected under the color of carrying out the people's will. From another Code Telegram, dated September 10, 1915, we learn that not fewer than 100 petitions for a change in the form of the state have been received from people residing in all parts of the country. That was sufficient to prove that the people were of one mind concerning this matter. By this time, the Administrative Council had passed a law providing for a general convention of the representatives of the people to decide upon the question of a change in the form of government. A National Convention Bureau was established by the government with the monarchist clique in full control of it. On September 10th, the Bureau sent telegraphic instructions to the governors, explaining confidentially, article by article, how to apply the law in order to produce the desired results. We quote the first two sections of the instructions. Article 1 of the law provides that the petitioning for a change in the form of the state shall be decided by the General Convention of the citizens' representatives. The words, shall be decided by the General Convention of the citizens' representatives, refer to nothing more than a formal approval of the convention, and are by no means intended to give room for discussion of any kind. Indeed, it was never intended that the citizens should have any choice between a republic and a monarchy. For this reason, at the time of voting, all the representatives must be made unanimously to advocate a change of the republic into a monarchy. It behooves you, therefore, prior to the election and voting, privately to search for such persons as are willing to express the people's will in the sense above indicated. You will also make the necessary arrangements beforehand so that there may be no divergence of opinion when the time arrives for putting the question to a vote. Article 2 provides, the citizens' representatives shall be elected by separate ballot signed by the person voting. The person obtaining the greatest number of votes cast shall be declared elected. Now, the citizens' representatives, though nominally elected by the electors, are in reality appointed beforehand by you acting as superintendent of election. The principle of separate signed ballot is adopted in this article with the object of preventing the voters from voting otherwise than as directed, and of awakening in them a sense of responsibility for their votes. Again, since the law says that the person obtaining the greatest number of votes cast shall be declared elected, it is necessary for you to have everything prepared beforehand. You should, prior to the voting, divide the electors into groups, and assign to each group the names of the persons intended to be elected. Furthermore, deputies should be appointed to supervise the proceedings, and the voters are to be privately instructed to vote according to the secret list of names. In this way, the persons elected will not be such as will get beyond our control. But all this red tape, though very ingeniously devised, was still too slow for the impatient would-be founders of the new dynasty. Thus spoke Mr. Sun Yat-sen, the impetuous president of the Chiunwei Society for the Preservation of Peace, in a code telegram dated September 26, 1915. Moreover, the situation is critical, and the country is in great unrest. How can we wait for the convention of the citizens' representatives, which will not meet until several months hence? Thus a new method for obtaining the people's will has to be devised. This new method consists in this. The military and civil governors of the provinces are requested to call an extraordinary meeting of the General Convention of Citizens, in which each district, Shin, is to be represented by one person to be selected from among the gentry or common people of the district who are residing in the provincial capital. The voting shall take place by signed ballot on which the word monarchy or republic is to be written. The military and civil governors and the military commandants, acting as superintendents of election, shall open the ballots then and there. In case a majority of the votes are in favor of a monarchy, the person so voting shall forthwith name a person who is to be the emperor. The military and civil governors and the military commandants shall then report by telegram to the administrative council the number of votes and the name of the person recommended as emperor, and the General Convention of Citizens shall simultaneously dispatch a telegram to the administrative council, authorizing the latter to announce the number of votes in favor of a monarchy and the name of the person nominated. You are earnestly requested to make immediate preparations therefore. We may add that though this plan is proposed by us alone, it will differ in no material respect from that which the Administrative Council will eventually adopt. The last sentence, which I have put into italics, is worth noting. These are the words of the head of a nominally private organization, which was founded for the purpose of studying the problem of the form of government, and which had the audacity to predict what plans the Administrative Council, acting in the capacity of national legislature, would eventually adopt. The Administrative Council, however, did not have the courage to dispense with the formality of a national election. Says a code telegram from the Chiuan Wei dated September 27, 1915. In order to clothe the proceedings with an appearance of gravity, the representatives of the districts, though really appointed by the highest authorities of the province, should still be nominally elected by the districts. As soon as the representatives of the districts have been appointed, their names should be communicated to the magistrates of the respective districts, who are to be instructed to draw up the necessary documents formally nominating the persons designated. Such documents, however, should be properly antedated. But the Administrative Council, as predicted, did abandon the plan of holding the General Convention of the Citizens' Representatives, Koming Taipia Tawei, and adopted instead the device of holding a Convention of Citizens, Kungming Tawei, in each provincial capital. There was to be a primary election, at which a certain number of electors were to be elected whose duty it was to proceed to the provincial capital, where a second election was to be held for the selection of delegates to the convention. On October 10, 1915, the National Convention Bureau telegraphed these interesting instructions. All the superintendents of the primaries, i.e., the district magistrates, are absolutely responsible for having the proper persons elected within their respective districts. They should, before the elections, carefully consider what sort of men are those who are qualified to be elected, and select those who are good-natured and obsequious, and of the same mind as ourselves. These are to be considered as the persons who should be elected. The superintendents will then judiciously assign their names to the several voters, and request them to vote as directed. If they find any difficulty in carrying out these instructions, they should not hesitate to use measures that are invisibly coercive, in order to obtain the desired results from the voting. The method of manipulating the electors after their arrival at the provincial capital is contained in another telegram dated October 11th. When the electors of the districts have reported themselves at the provincial capital, a reception committee should be appointed to meet them and exchange views with them. The superintendents of election should then, under pretext of inviting them to a social gathering or dinner party, request their presence at their official mansion and improve the occasion by explaining to them the fundamental principles of the monarchical movement as well as the general situation of the country, and by making known to them the names of those who are to be elected. And methods should be left untried until our objects are achieved. On October 26th, the National Convention Bureau sent out this code telegram. After the form of the state has been put to a vote, the nomination of an emperor should be made forthwith without further voting. You should address the delegates and tell them that a monarchy having been decided upon, not a single day should pass without a monarch, that the delegates should now nominate Yuan Shikai as the great emperor of the Chinese Empire, and that if they are in favor of the proposal, they should signify their assent by a standing vote. This done, the text of the proposed petition of nomination should be handed to the delegates for their signatures. After that, you should again address them to the effect that in all matters concerning the nomination and the petition for immediate enthronement, they may, in the name of the citizens' representatives, invest the Administrative Council with general powers to act in their behalf and to take the necessary steps until the petition is finally granted. The prepared text of the telegram from the delegates to the acting Legislative Council should then be shown to the delegates for approval. As for the exact words to be inserted in the petition of nomination, they have been communicated to you in our telegram of the 23rd inst. These characters, 45 in all, must on no account be altered. The rest of the text is left to your discretion. The rest of the story the world well knows. These secret instructions were carried out to the letter. The citizens' conventions were held at the various provincial capitals. The voting was done by signed ballots in the presence of the military and civil governors and military commandants as superintendents of election, and with armed troops surrounding the convention halls for the protection of the delegates and for the preservation of peace and order. The voting was of course unanimous in favor of changing the republic into a monarchy. Memorials of nomination were then signed by the delegates, reverently nominating the present President Yuan Shikai as the great emperor of the Chinese Empire. The Administrative Council was then authorized by the delegates to act as their national agent, and the votes of the provincial conventions were transmitted to that body for final counting and announcement. The climax of the drama was reached when on November 11, 1915, the Administrative Council met and announced that out of 2,043 votes cast, 1993 voted in favor of changing the republic into a monarchy. Thereupon, the council immediately petitioned President Yuan Shikai, urging him to accept the throne so unanimously tendered him by the people. President Yuan of course declined the honor, and it was not until the petition had been presented to him the second time that he reluctantly declared his acceptance and ordered that all the ministers and departments make the necessary preparations for the enthronement. The last order was entirely unnecessary, for the Bureau on preparations for the great ceremony had long been at work with its offices in the presidential palace. The will of the people having so unanimously expressed itself, it became necessary to reward the founders of the new dynasty, who had so dexterously brought this will into articulate expression. Thus, for example, in 2 days, December 21st and 23rd, 206 titles of nobility were awarded by Emperor-elect Yuan Shikai, of this number there being 6 dukes, 9 marquises, 13 counts, 10 earls, and 36 barons, all of the first order, 1 duke, 3 earls, and 19 barons of the second order, 30 barons of the third order, 55 knights of the light chariot of the first order, 19 knights of the second order, and 4 orders of merit. These honors did include Messrs. Sun Yuchun, Yang Tu, Kun Gao, Liang Zi, Tuan Chi-kwei, et al., the real founders of the dynasty. It was reported that this delay was caused by the fact that these gentlemen were unable to reach an agreement as to the proper titles they were to receive from the new emperor. Before any workable agreement was reached among the emperor-makers themselves, the Third Revolution had spread over several provinces. The government's well-paid but very poorly disciplined troops proved to be no match for the patriotically inspired soldiers of the punitive expedition. One province after another declared independence and joined the revolution. But Mr. Yuan still hoped to retain his presidency at the price of his emperorship. So a decree was issued on March 22, 1916, pleading for his lack of virtue, canceling his acceptance of the imperial throne, and ordering that all the petitions for a change in the form of the state and for his enthronement be returned through the administrative council to the original petitioners to be burnt and destroyed. But this act of virtue and repentance had no longer any effect on the rebellious provinces which continued to secede from the central government, until finally even Governor Chen Yi of Ziqian and Governor Tong Xiangming of Hunan, both of whom had long been regarded by Mr. Yuan as his most loyal supporters, were compelled by the popular uprising to proclaim the independence of their respective provinces. That came like a death blow to the ex-emperor who, according to reports, fell 5 days after the secession of Hunan, and died on June 6, 1916, after an illness of 1 week. After Yuan Shikai's death, the vice president, General Li Yuanheng, who had defied the many threats of the monarchists and had persistently refused all the honors which the new dynasty insisted upon giving him, automatically became president of the republic. On June 29th, the first constitution of the republic proclaimed on March 11, 1912, was restored. And on July 14th, the military congress, which had been the central authority of all the rebelling provinces, was dissolved and the Third Revolution was declared to be at an end. Here ends our story. It has not been a pleasant duty for me, a Chinese, to tell it to the world. Although I have greatly rejoiced that a false god which the world had created through its own credulity has at last been shattered to dust, I have, however, no present interest in once more disclosing Yuan Shikai's lack of virtue. Mr. Yuan has written his own epitaph with his own deeds, and it is no courage to slay the slain. What has really inspired me to write this account is my belief that the whole episode may furnish the world with a fresh proof of China's sincerity in her democratic aspirations and in her strife for an upright and enlightened government. An American writer has well said, "I do not believe that the Chinese Revolution has failed, for I do not believe that it is finished." The first Chinese Republic of 1912 has not failed, for it has never been given a fair trial. It died an abortive death, but its spirit has persisted and grown despite the skill and the organized strength of the reactionary forces under the leadership of Yuan Shikai and his clique. The internal political struggle in China during the last several years has been a struggle of New China, the child of the intellectual revolution of the last quarter of a century, against Chinese officialdom which has been corrupting and weakening the nation for centuries. The dramatic episode of the monarchical restoration which I have documentarily sketched above sufficiently illustrates the personnel, the spirit, and the method of official China. It achieved its consummate success on the day when the Administrative Council announced to the world that out of 2,043 representatives of the people, 1993 voted for the immediate enthronement of Yuan Shikai. But official China miscalculated its own strength and misunderstood the spirit of the nation. It failed to see that when it had to put up at least the appearance of going to the people for approval and sanction of its actions, its death knell was already tolled and its final downfall assured. Its last efforts of political engineering and downright corruption only helped to consolidate New China and to drive the moderates and even the conservatives into the camp of the revolutionists. The Third Revolution was not undertaken by the ultra-radicals of the type of Dr. Sun Yat-sen. It was led largely by such moderate leaders as Tsai Ao and Liang Qichao, and supported by the radicals. Against this consolidated New China, Chinese officialdom was impotent, and great was the fall of it. It is true that official China has not yet entirely given up the fight, and that the Chinese Revolution is not yet finished. But the monarchist movement has helped to bring its main issue into prominent relief. It is a fight between New China and Chinese officialdom. May what has been said above serve to convince the world that young China is earnest in her struggle for democracy and enlightenment. Reconstruction in China. Asia Magazine. November 1936. Volume 36. Number 11. Pages 737 to 740. My British friend Mr. G. E. Hubbard has elsewhere defined Chinese Reconstruction as the evolutionary process which is taking place in economic, social, and cultural spheres of China. The Chinese term for this movement simply means construction or building up. It is reconstruction in the sense that what is being built up is actually remaking and reshaping the surface of an old country and the life of an ancient people. Broadly speaking, Chinese reconstruction has three phases. First, the building up of a physical basis of national unity. Second, the improvement of the physical well-being of the people. And, third, the remolding of our cultural life for a better adjustment in the new world. All progress in the field of transportation, the railways, the highways, and the airlines, comes under the first category of providing the nation with a physical basis for political unity. The sense of national unity, which now extends from Manchuria to Yunnan, from Kalgan to Canton, from Shanghai to Tibet, is largely one of racial, cultural, and historical unity. There has been lacking a material or physical basis to strengthen this historical cultural unity and bind the various distant parts of the country more closely together. Chinese leaders early recognized the urgent need of modern means of transportation and communication, but unfortunately, ever since the outbreak of the World War in 1914, when foreign capital ceased to come to China on any large scale, China has made very little progress in railway building. It is only within the past few years that the government has taken up the railway projects with new vigor and has succeeded in extending old lines and constructing new ones. The Lahai Railway is now extended beyond Xi'an. The The Shanghai-Hangzhou-Ningbo Railway is being connected by the construction of the bridge across the Qiantang River, and the Canton-Hankow Railway is completed and is now open to through traffic. Of the newly planned lines, the Hangzhou-Nanchang Railway, which connects the Yangtze Delta with the capital of Jiangxi, and the Weinan Railway, which connects the Wei River with the Yangtze, are the most important ones that have already been completed. For the first time, we are having trunk lines running from Canton to Peiping, and thence to the northwest, and from the eastern coast westward into the heart of interior China. In the development of provincial and interprovincial highways, even greater progress has been made. The first modern roads were started in 1920 to 1921 as a relief measure during the famine of those years. After the establishment of the Nanking government in 1927, road building was undertaken with nationwide enthusiasm. From the 1,185 kilometers of modern roads in 1921, the total length had increased to over 100,000 kilometers in 1935. In some of the provinces, notably Jiangxi and Guangxi, the provincial trunk roads reach every hind with local roads connecting all the important towns within the province. For the first time, we are now able to motor from Shanghai to Nanchang and Changsha, and thence to Canton. Commercial aviation has helped to connect the more distant centers, which have not yet been linked up by transport on land. One can now fly from Shanghai to Qingtu, a distance of about 1,300 miles, in 7 hours, and from Peiping to Qingtu, via Chengqiao and Honan and Xi'an and Shenxi, in 10 hours. Beginning with last July, one could breakfast in Peiping, fly to Shanghai to keep a luncheon engagement, and return to the old capital for supper at home, a distance which usually takes 80 hours to complete the round trip if one travels by railway. All this improvement in transportation is building up a new physical basis for a modern national state. When the Weinan Railway was being built early last year, there was a great famine in northern Anhui, and there was no means for transporting foodstuffs from the more plenteous regions. The starving population requested the railway engineers to make temporary provision for grain transportation before it was ready for passenger traffic. The request was complied with, and the population was saved from starvation. It was the improvement in roads which greatly aided the government troops in their final campaign against the Red Army in Jiangxi in 1934. And it was also the modernized roads which enabled the government to suppress the armed rebellion in Fujian in less than 2 months. The railways and highways are accelerating the process of economic and political unification. Under the second main category, the betterment of the livelihood of the people, may be grouped all those processes of rural rehabilitation, water control, formation of cooperatives, reform in taxation, and improvement of public health. The task of rural economic reconstruction in a vast country like China is a gigantic one, and the recent achievements in its various phases can hardly be said to be more than a mere humble beginning. Irrigation schemes in Shenxi and the northwest are now watering millions of farming fields, and the repairing of dikes and dredging of rivers along the Yangtze Valley are lessening the danger of possible recurrence of catastrophic floods such as those of 1931. But these and other similar works barely scratch the surface of the gigantic problem of water control and famine prevention in a country which has the reputation of a land of famines, and which has to face the tremendous task of irrigating a vast hinterland where annual rainfall is often below 20 inches. It is true that we now have made some progress in crop improvement, agricultural research and education, and the cooperative movement. But the progress already achieved appears so infinitesimally small when compared to the magnitude of the problems involved. What, for instance, is 2 million members in 38,000 cooperatives in a population of 450 millions? It is also true that, in the realm of reforms in taxation, the provincial and municipal governments have in the past 2 years abolished 5,200 items of exorbitant and unjust taxes and surcharges. But these are merely insignificant relief measures compared with the untouched fundamental problem of land tenure in a country where 85% of the population is congested on about 17% of the land, and where the boldest stretch of imagination has so far failed to find a formula for an equitable distribution of land, which will give the agricultural population a minimum level of decent living. Under the third category may be grouped all the improvements and reforms in the field of education and culture in general. As I have touched upon some phases of educational and cultural improvement in an earlier issue of Asia, March, 1935, an optimist looks at China. I shall now confine myself to one item, which seems to me most important. Beginning with 1935, the Ministry of Education is endeavoring to carry out a 5-year plan of compulsory education, by which it aims to give every child of school age at least 1 year of free and compulsory education. A second 5-year plan is to begin in 1940, when the government hopes to lengthen the period of compulsory education to 2 years. The success of the first year has given us reason to hope that this very moderate program can be successfully carried out. It has been pointed out by some recent observers of Chinese events that there is a reactionary tendency in the social and cultural movements in China, evidenced by the revival of the worship of Confucius and by the frequent exaltation of Confucian virtues in the New Life movement, sponsored by important leaders of the government. As a die-hard advocate of liberalism and modernization, I must confess that such a reactionary tendency does exist, and has a following chiefly among party workers and office seekers. The explanation is clear. China is now in the midst of her nationalistic development, and all nationalistic movements easily lead to an apologetic attitude toward the indigenous civilization of the past. Moreover, there is no doubt that the reactionary movements in certain quarters of Europe and Asia have had their influence, direct or indirect, over some of the political leaders in China. The tomb and temple of Confucius, for example, were ordered by the Chinese government to be repaired, and the worship of Confucius was revived as a state rite, when China learned that our neighbors in Japan had completed a new temple of Confucius at the cost of more than 2 million yen, and were inviting Chinese scholars to attend the ceremony of unveiling. Such reaction abroad has greatly strengthened our reactionary movements at home, with the result that there is really a vogue for such slogans as an authoritarian or totalitarian state, the revival of our glorious past, and cultural reconstruction on the basis of the revival of an indigenous civilization. But I must confess that such reactionary tendencies are merely passing moods, which do not appeal to the imagination and thinking of the younger generation. The social and cultural movements of the past 20 years have been on the whole unmistakably in the direction of liberalism and democracy, and I am fully inclined to believe that China may yet be one of the last strongholds of liberalism in the world. I now come to the question: what are the international implications of China's program of reconstruction? The reconstruction work in all its phases has largely been carried out by Chinese personnel, and financed by Chinese money. But of course, there are international implications which may be summed up in these words. From the United States we get the training of the Chinese personnel. From the League of Nations, the technical advice of experts. From Great Britain, an important portion of the money, and from Japan, all the obstruction. Since the return of the first portion of the Boxer indemnity to China in 1908 for the purpose of educating Chinese youths in American universities, the United States for 27 years has been educating Chinese students in scientific technique, technological training, and administrative ability. It is these men who form the nucleus of that vast personnel which is planning, leading, directing, and executing the multifarious activities of Chinese reconstruction. The League of Nations has been very helpful to China in furnishing her with a large number of technical experts, whose advice and assistance have been found most useful in the planning of transportation, public health, water control, and rural reform. Of these advisers, mention must be made of Sir John Hope Simpson, whose great contribution to the relief work during the great floods of the Yangtze region in 1931 will surely be long remembered in China. The League has recently decided to undertake the training of Chinese technicians by allowing them to be attached to the appropriate sections of the League Secretariat. There has been comparatively little financial aid from the outside in this reconstruction work except the American wheat and cotton loan, which made possible the initial formation of the National Economic Council as the central organ for the direction and planning of many of the projects of reconstruction, and the railway loan from the British banks for the construction of the Chiatang River Bridge. But mention must be made of the part played by the British portion of the Boxer indemnity in the financing of the reconstruction projects. This fund, which had accumulated from the end of 1922 and was returned to China in 1928, has been used in the financing of productive activities, and for each amount thus used the Chinese government guarantees to pay an annual interest of 5%, which interest is again spent on the educational and cultural activities in China. About £7 million have been thus spent in this reconstructive work. The greatest obstruction to Chinese reconstruction work has come from Japan, from whom we had a right to expect sympathetic understanding and friendly assistance. This obstruction has come in at least three main directions. In the first place, the whole series of events from the sudden invasion and occupation of Manchuria in 1931, and the Shanghai War in 1932, down to the invasion of Jehol, and the war along the Great Wall in 1933, created a war situation which made it absolutely impossible for the government to pay attention to any constructive work. The invasion of Manchuria took place at a time when China was faced with the unprecedented catastrophe of the Yangtze floods, which affected 25 million people in 131 regions in 5 provinces, and which resulted in a total material loss of $2 billion. The Shanghai War, which lasted a little more than a month, caused untold losses in human lives and destruction of property, and paralyzed the Yangtze Delta for many months, during which the government found it difficult to pay the school teachers and governmental employees. For 2 whole years, the whole nation could not settle down to any constructive work. It was not until after the failure of the Lytton Report and the League of Nations, and after the war along the Great Wall, that China came to a fuller realization of the significance of the new situation. She now realized that all the peace machinery of the Pacific region had been torn to shreds by the armed fist of an aggressive power, and that she had only herself to rely upon for her own national salvation. China, as it were, was aroused from the slumbers of a false sense of international security. It was not until then that China finally settled down to work on her own program of internal reconstruction. But what a change has come in the meaning and content of the program! A sense of the imminent danger of national perdition has gripped the whole people, and national defense has become the generally accepted necessary guiding principle in everything we undertake. Even the students of the universities and schools are demanding of their teachers that their educational curriculum be reorganized in order that they may be better prepared to meet the needs of what they call the extraordinary times. In the second place, Japan has not only interrupted the peaceful reconstruction work in China, but also openly told the whole world that she does not allow any other nation or nations to render to China any assistance in her reconstruction. In the famous Aomao Statement of April 17, 1934, Japan warned the whole world that, because of her position and mission, and special responsibilities in East Asia, she could not tolerate any joint operations in respect to China undertaken by foreign powers, even in the name of technical or financial assistance. In the same statement, Japan threatened that, in case of her warning being unheeded, she might be forced to act alone on her own responsibility. Indeed, this threat she has tried to carry out more than once. Last November, China promulgated her new currency reform law, which was accepted by all Chinese banks, and which had the full cooperation of the English and other foreign banks. But Japan, in her anger against China for not having previously informed her, and in her suspicion of British participation and cooperation in the reform scheme, began to stir up serious troubles in North China, which, it is commonly believed, were intended not merely to weaken the authority of the Chinese government in China, but also to punish the British through the punishing of the Chinese. Lastly, Japan seems to have determined not to tolerate any government that may have a chance to unify and consolidate China. At least her militarists have never concealed such intentions. Throughout the whole summer of 1935, Japanese military officers of high rank both in North and South China repeatedly issued statements to the effect that Japan would not deal with the Nanking government as long as General Chiang Kai-shek remained as its powerful leader. In an equally famous TAD statement of September 1935, the Japanese military leader in North China declared that the Empire of Japan could not coexist with Chiang Kai-shek and his party. Shall the empire surrender to them? Or shall they be crushed by the empire? These and other similar declarations have convinced us that our neighbor is fully determined to oppose any government that shows any capability of achieving political unity in China. Such are the international implications of Chinese reconstruction. Shall China abandon all her activities of political, economic, and social reconstruction and prepare to die without an effort to save herself? No, 1,000 times no. We are determined to go on with our work of putting our own house in order, of solving our own urgent problems, and, if necessary, of fighting for our own existence. China's chances of survival. The People's Tribune, March 1, 1937, Volume 16, Number 5, pages 373 to 382. 1. In their new book, Can China Survive? My friends Hallett Abend and Anthony J. Billingham propound an interesting theme and arrive at a terrible conclusion. Unmolested, China might survive and eventually achieve real unification, particularly if she were given intelligent help from outside. but with Japan exerting a constantly growing pressure, with the Japanese government avowedly determined to keep other nations from playing a large part in China's future development, and with Soviet Russia occasionally filching away large areas of the northern territories, the prospects for survival, except under Japanese direction or as an adjunct to the Soviet Union, seemed gloomy indeed. I am not interested in refuting the thesis of my journalistic friends, which, I must confess, is sufficiently refuted by the main body of the book itself. For, though they have told us in the opening chapters that Chinese unification is a myth, and that today China seems to expect every other nation to do its duty, while making no concrete plans to do anything for itself, the reader of the book can readily see that unification is a reality. For example, we find this. Today things are different. Reforms, modernizations, and reconstruction projects are being carried out in a surprising and ever-increasing measure. There have probably been more actual physical and beneficial changes made in China in the last 5 years than in the preceding half-century. This is no doubt due to the increasing power and authority of the central government, but must also in a large measure be attributed to a new vigor which seems to be released in the land. Is it necessary for me to point out to the authors that political unification exactly means the increasing power and authority of the central government? I am, however, more interested in a sentence of my own which another friend, Mr. Lin Yutang, has done me the honor to quote in his book, My Country and My People. This sentence is, "If China does not perish, God is blind." As Mr. Lin Yutang has quoted this saying without its context, which alone can make it intelligible, and as this remark seems to have some bearing on the question of the survival of my country, I am tempted to offer a few words of explanation. I remember distinctly when, and under what circumstances, I made such a sweeping condemnation of my own country. It was in the summer of 1920, when I was talking with an editor of the Peking Morning Post, under the shades of a 600-year-old fir tree in the Central Park, which had for centuries been a part of the Imperial Palace. I was in a mood of lecturing to him, because he was one of my mature students. I said that our ancestors had committed many grave sins, every one of which could have ruined a nation and destroyed a race. I enumerated half a dozen of them: foot binding by the women for 1,000 years, opium smoking for over 300 years, wasting the best brains of the intelligentsia in mastering the octopartite, 8-legged, form of classical composition for 600 years, the use of torture in the law courts for obtaining confessions for all the centuries, conversion to an otherworldly religion of India for 2,000 years, and so on. I said to my friend, "These sins of our fathers are visited on us, and we have not done enough to eradicate their evil effects. When I look back into history and contemplate these deadly burdens of a terrible heritage, I often tremble and say to myself, if China does not perish, there is no divine justice." And it was really sheer luck that China did not perish during the last 80 years of her contact with the militant powers of the West. That was the origin of the much-quoted and misquoted saying of mine of 16 years ago. It was said in all earnestness as a stern warning to my own people, especially to those whose uncritical reading of history had led them to place too much reliance on what they called our glorious past, and to those who saw in old China only the China of blue porcelain bowls and exquisite silk scrolls, and forgot it was also the nest of vice, dire poverty, prevalent ignorance, and unbelievable cruelty. Our past was neither all glory nor all beauty. Whatever glory and beauty there was belonged to the past, and does not help us to achieve our own survival today. Our own survival and salvation must depend on our own success in rectifying the evil effects of the sins of our fathers, and in positively solving our new problems, which living in a new world has forced upon us. In the last 2 decades, I have watched my people work in both these directions, and I am convinced that our successes in these efforts warrant us to believe that, however the present crisis in the East may turn out, China can survive. 2. Herbert Spencer once said that nature was kind, and that acquired characters are not transmissible, for, if they were, the feet of the descendants of a Chinese mother of bound feet would become smaller, and smaller throughout the generations. The same consideration applies to all the evil institutions of our ancestors, which, though great evils in themselves, were man-made and capable of being unrooted by human efforts. Once the Chinese girl is freed from the fetters of foot-binding, and is given the benefits of modern schooling and physical exercises, she bursts forth in full blossom as one of the most beautiful and graceful species of womanhood. And her brother, when he gives up the octopartite composition and submits himself to the discipline of the modern school and the scientific laboratory, is capable of surprising the world by his dexterity in handling the test tube and the microscope, and by his quick understanding and creative ingenuity in scientific research. 6 centuries of wasteful literary gymnastics apparently have not disabled the Chinese mentality any more than 1,000 years of foot binding have permanently crippled the feet of the Chinese girls. These sins of our fathers are merely institutional, social, and educational. They are not biological or racial. New institutions have replaced old ones, which soon lose all their traces, because the people, once brought back to their senses, are so ashamed of them that they destroy all reminders of their former sins. I am afraid future directors of historical and sociological museums will find it very difficult to collect women's footwear of the foot-binding days, or the exquisite tools of opium smoking, if such articles are allowed to disappear with the rapidity they are today. It is really amazing and indeed amusing to see that, whereas in the old days women with large feet would resort to artificial devices to make them appear small, today elderly ladies having bound feet are inventing new devices to make their feet appear natural. And all this change of psychology has taken place in my lifetime. It must be admitted, however, that habits of thinking and acting formed under certain social institutions for long centuries cannot be easily eradicated. The use of torture in the law courts, for example, represented a mental habit, the habit of demanding speedy justice of impatience with careful search, argument, and sifting of evidence. The new codes in courts and the prohibition of torture, it is pointed out, cannot do away with this impatience for the due process of law, which is necessarily slow and expensive. It is this old mental habit which endears to the peasants of Shantung their military governor, General Han Fuchu, who, acting as governor, magistrate, judge, jury, and lawyer at the same time, hands out rough justice to the people. Mr. Aben says of him that he gets results, and Mr. Lin Yutang, who elsewhere most enthusiastically praised Han fights for advocating a government by law, thinks the province is lucky which sees the type of enlightened despotism of General Han Fuchu. It is probably the same old mental impatience that has made Mr. Lin Yutang dream of a great executioner as the savior of China. Behold, here the great savior comes. The great executioner nails the banner of justice onto the city wall. Whosoever says he is above the law and refuses to bow before the banner will be beheaded, and his head will be thrown into the lake. And of those whose heads the great executioner chops off, great is the number, and the lake is dyed red with their blood of iniquity. When I read these beautifully written pages, I cannot help sighing. Truly the old mental habits die hard. But I do not despair. Education and experience will change and rectify these hard-dying habits. And they are changing with a truly amazing rapidity. Mr. Lin Yutang has said, "We are an old nation. We do not want to race about in a field for ball. We prefer to saunter along willow banks to listen to the birds' song and the children's laughter. We do not ache to reach the foot of the mountain when we are in the middle of the lake, and we do not ache to be at the top of the hill when we are at its foot." All this is no longer true, fortunately. We are no longer an old nation. We are a changing and rejuvenated nation. We, Mr. Lin and I and thousands of others, are witnessing our own sons and daughters running about in a field for a ball, swimming the open seas, and aching to scale the highest peaks of the mountains. In short, China has been more successful in the uprooting of old evils than the outside world has suspected. In the course of a quarter of a century, my people have thrown off the monarchy, together with its huge paraphernalia of vice, which had existed from time immemorial, the practice of foot binding, which had existed 1,000 years, the whole system of education in useless literary gymnastics, which had prevailed at least 1,400 years, the old laws, which were the best examples of what Sir Henry Maine called the ancient laws based on the conception of status, and the law courts, which resorted to torture as the legitimate means to obtain confessions of guilt. These and hundreds of other things have gone overboard almost overnight, and, I am quite sure, never to return. These changes have been tardy in coming. China paid sufficient penalties for their tardiness. But no change is ever too late. A nation that has the pluck and resolve to discard her basic social, political, educational institutions of thousands of years standing is a nation of vitality and youth who cannot perish. She will survive. 3. And the most marvelous thing about these fundamental changes in China is that they have all come from below and not from the top down. This is the point which men like Messrs. Abend, Billingham, and Lin Yutang have all failed to see. These men, who are most enthusiastic over Japan's successes in modernization, and who belittle China's more recent efforts in the same direction, do not realize the fundamental difference, that, while in Japan all reforms began with a powerful ruling caste, in China all reformers have been men without political power who have often had to fight against the rulers in order to bring about a change. I have elsewhere pointed out that the process of modernization in Japan is a type of centralized control, and that in China it is one of diffuse permeation. Japan was at the height of military feudalism when Western civilization knocked at her shores. She was ruled by a military caste, the daimyo samurai, who in those days numbered 260,000 families, and who were politically the most powerful class in the land. When that class was finally convinced of the necessity of change, it had the power to carry out all the reforms it wished. And that class happened to be highly trained in the art and discipline of war. When Thessaloniki put on his new uniform and was equipped with the modern arms, he was a ready-made soldier. That is why, of all the non-European nations with whom the Western civilization has come into contact, Japan is the only one who readily succeeds in mastering the military arts and making the fullest use of them. When the military caste had succeeded in solving the problem of national defense and security, the efficacy of the Western civilization was clearly demonstrated to the whole nation, and the remaining task of modernization of the country was smooth sailing. Not so in China. China had no ruling class, and the ignorant imperial household was deaf and blind to the demands of a new age. And because for 20 centuries the soldier and the arts of war had always been looked down on by the whole nation, the early attempts at modernization of the army and the navy were doomed to fail miserably. All the changes in the direction of modernization, from the political revolution to the literary renaissance, from foot binding to bobbed hair, have originated with the people themselves. Every reform has begun with a few advocates, spread with slow diffusion and voluntary following, and finally succeeded when the following became sufficiently powerful. Let us not be too easily dazzled by the brilliant success of Japan's modernization. That type of reform under centralized control has the advantages of rapidity, orderliness, and capability for large-scale enterprises. But it also has its great disadvantages. The power of initiative is centered in a small but powerful class, which is conscious of its effective leadership and is unwilling to surrender it. It is up to that class to build or to ruin, and the rest of the nation is not accustomed to contest leadership with it. Moreover, class interest and prejudice on the part of that ruling class often lead to the conscious effort to protect certain phases of Japanese national life from modern influence and peaceful change. Today the whole world is seeing how those unchanging phases of medieval Japan are now running wild, disturbing the peace of the East, and heading that island empire toward unknown and dubious destinies. 4. On the other hand, changes through diffuse permeation, as typified in modern China, are necessarily slow, sporadic, and often wasteful because of the amount of undermining and erosion that must take place before any change is possible. Moreover, without centralized direction and control, it is often impossible to effect reforms in such gigantic undertakings as nationwide militarization or industrialization. Nevertheless, there are also distinct advantages. Such changes, because voluntary, go deeper and often are more permanent. The people must be first convinced of the superiority of the new over the old, before a change is accepted. When a change is at last generally accepted, its reasonableness has already become apparent, and there is little chance of a return of the old order. Moreover, because of the lack of centralized control by any powerful class, everything is subjected to the contact and influence of new ideas and new institutions. Nothing is protected from this contact, and nothing is too sacred to change. In this way, the cultural changes that have taken place in China are invariably more thorough than in Japan. There is no doubt that the social, political, and intellectual modifications in China are far more profound than those in Japan. Political thinking in Japan today is still largely medieval in its predominant tenets, and some of the recent persecution of dangerous thought are simply ridiculous in the eyes of the Chinese intelligentsia. The political revolutions in China since 1911, however unsuccessful in their constructive aspects, have created an environment conducive to free and independent thinking on social, political, and cultural matters, which is impossible in Japan under dynastic and militaristic taboos. In religious thought and practice, Japan is slavishly medieval, and is naively ambitious to reconvert China to the medieval religions, which Japan once borrowed from her, but which Chinese iconoclasm and rationalism have long since undermined and discarded. In social changes, China has forged far ahead of Japan in a democratized social structure, in the absence of a ruling military caste, and in the much higher and more emancipated position of women. Thus, contrary to all superficial observations of Japanese modernity and Chinese backwardness, life and institutions in China are more modernized in their essential aspects than in Japan, and the explanations thereof are not far to seek. Last year, I asked a group of Japanese newspaper correspondents in Peiping, "Who are the thinkers in Japan today?" After consulting with one another, one of them said, "I am sorry to say that we have no thinkers at the present time, and we shall have none until after a war with Soviet Russia." I put the same question to a prominent member of the Japanese delegation at the Yosemite Conference of the Institute of Pacific Relations last August, and his reply was, "I don't think there is any Japanese whom we can call a thinker." 12 years ago, I raised the same question with a Japanese professor of philosophy in one of the imperial universities, and received the same negative reply. There are teachers of European philosophy, of Chinese philosophy, and of Indian philosophy, but there are as yet no Japanese thinkers. Without going into the more complicated question as to why there are no Japanese thinkers, let us pause and reflect upon the modernity of a nation which either cannot or dares not think for herself. Where there is no free and creative thinking, there cannot be fundamental reforms, and traditional Japan lingers on under the protective shell of superficial modernity till she shall burst in volcanic eruption. Our greater successes in the more fundamental social and political changes have been due, I believe, to the intellectual leadership of our veteran thinkers. Liang Qichao, Tsai Yuanpei, Wu Qingheng, and Chen Tuishu, who have influenced the nation for the last 40 years, are men who know our historical heritage critically, and who have the moral courage ruthlessly to criticize its evil and weak aspects, and to advocate wholehearted changes. Neither Confucius nor Lao Tse nor the Buddha nor Chu Shi was too sacred to escape their criticism. Even Dr. Sun Yat-sen, whom the Western world often belittles as a demagogue, was essentially a courageous thinker. He earned his exalted position in the nation by his moral courage to initiate the revolutionary movement for the overthrow of the Manchu dynasty as an alien rule, and the monarchy as an undesirable form of government. A nation that has the moral courage to criticize her most sacred sages and her most time-honored institutions, a nation that can and dare think for herself, will surely have the vitality to survive all adversities. 5. But, the pessimists say, all your arguments do not convince us of the ability of China to survive the present international crisis, which is essentially political and military. Will all the social and intellectual changes that China may have achieved give her a political and military machine that can fight your aggressors? How will you answer Mr. Lin Yutang's complaint that in China individually men are more mature, but politically and nationally we are as mere children? As a matter of common sense, Mr. Lin Yutang has answered his own question when he asks, why are we individually mature, but politically and nationally mere children? It is precisely because we are individually mature that we err not politically, and nationally mere children, easily to be led by a leader half the size of a Gandhi. Only those races which are politically and nationally mere children can be led by the nose by a Hitler, a Mussolini, an Iraqi, or a leader half the size of a Gandhi. A mature race cannot be led by the great executioner of whom Mr. Lin Yutang dreams as the savior of China. I am quite sure that future historians will record that China has not been without leadership during all these years of her national crisis. A government that has been able to rally all the centrifugal forces that have been running wild since the collapse of a central authority, and to bring about a political unity in 5 years cannot be without leadership. A government that, in the face of incredibly provocative and humiliating aggressions, and in the face of a nationwide outcry for immediate war on the invader, has held out for 5 years without a war, in order to gain time for better consolidation and greater strength of resistance, cannot be without leadership. Only this leadership is of a type so different from that of the Hitlers and Mussolinis that impatient souls can never appreciate or recognize it. And, let it be said clearly and unmistakably, this political unity, and this better consolidation and greater strength of resistance are no myths but realities. Even as I write today in a San Francisco hotel, the morning papers print a long dispatch from Mr. Roy Howard who, cabling from the Orient, says, America and Europe necessarily must readjust judgments and evaluations of a sensationally revitalized, unified China. Today, the unification which foreigners long have regarded as impossible is an undisputed accomplishment. From Canton to Peiping, and from coolie to capitalist, Chinese appear to have a common determination to resist any further invasion and any further challenge to China's sovereignty. There is no hysteria. There are no student demonstrations demanding war. Everywhere leaders, hoping for peace, are obviously and methodically preparing for war. This is how an individually mature nation acts. She will survive without a Hitler, a Mussolini, or an Iraqi. The Westernization of China and Japan. Amerasia. July, 1938. Volume 2. Number 5. Pages 243 to 247. Almost simultaneously there have appeared 2 very good books dealing with China and Japan during their periods of transition, that is, during the last 300 years, and in particular during the last 7 decades. They are The Invasion of China by the Western World, by E. R. Hughes, Macmillan, and Japan in Transition, by Emil Lederer and Emmy Lederer Seidler, Yale University Press. Both are excellent books, yet how different they are, and what fundamentally different stories they tell of the cultural changes in the 2 Oriental countries now at war. Mr. Hughes' book is full of historical facts and details, but he almost never indulges in theorizing. The Lederer's book promises to proceed step by step from phenomena to underlying intangibles, and therefore gives us more of interpretative theories than factual details. Mr. Hughes was for many years a missionary in the interior of Fujian, has later lived in Shanghai and Peiping, and speaks the language of the country. With the pragmatic mentality of an Englishman, he proceeds to describe the gradual changes in every phase of Chinese life without apparently thinking of the necessity of theorizing about them. The Lederers were in Japan only for 2 years, and their Germanic philosophical training naturally leads them to seek to understand the vast and complicated changes in Japan by the aid of theories. The outcome is that Mr. Hughes' work is often overburdened with names and details, some of which are liable to errors, while the Lederer book, which is little more than a traveling philosopher's penetrating interpretation of a people, sometimes errs in the tendency of over-theorizing without being sufficiently supported by facts. The factual errors in the Hughes book are of minor importance, but some of them should be corrected in a new edition. For instance, Yin Fu never translated Darwin's The Origin of Species, page 209, and the translation, which brought him fame and influence, was of Huxley's Evolution and Ethics. The name of the Chinese Jesuit scholar, Li Qisao, was correct on page 200, but was spelled as Li Qitao on page 11, and the index lists both names as if they were two different persons. Ku Hanmin on page 107 must be Ku Hungming. Ku Yinmu on page 11 is the same Ku Tinglin who was more than a geographer. Li Shizang, page 218, was never a physicist, and Sui Tungpai, the man Mr. Hughes selected to represent the Han Learning School, page 257, happened to be a scholar least affected by the intellectual fashion of his time, and was essentially a loyal supporter of the Sung School. But these errors in detail do not diminish the value of Mr. Hughes' book as a truthful history of the epic drama of China's gradual westernization. This story may be summed up in his own words, pages 286 to 287. First, at the beginning of the 17th century came the urbane welcome of the Jesuit fathers. Second, at the end of the 18th and the beginning of the 19th century, there arose an acute mistrust and contempt for the rough traders from the Southern Ocean, followed by a recognition on the part of a few responsible people that the military arts of these traders must be learnt. Third, after the middle of this century came the discovery by a few scholars that the peoples of the West had something more than superiority in arms, something of culture and learning which China must take into account. Fourth, in the 20th century came the sudden conversion of educated youth to the idea that their own culture was effete, unfitted for the modern world in which China had to join in the biological struggle for existence. Fifth, came the suspicion that the West was neither as friendly nor as moral as the reformers had been thinking, and that it was time that China worked out her own salvation in her own way. Finally, the post-nationalist revolution stage through which China is now passing. Here we find a new attitude emerging with increasing clarity and force. It is marked in men of all classes by a new confidence in themselves and their ability to adjust their half-traditional, half-newborn national conditions so as to produce unity, efficiency, and the well-being of the whole community. The main body of the book is a detailed narration of these stages of cultural change as they have appeared in the sphere of political thought, of education, of science and medicine, and of literature. In the author's preface, Mr. Hughes speaks of his own attitude of approach, which is, in China, European culture has met a civilization as old or older than itself in the past. That civilization has expressed itself nobly in literature, poetry, and art, and in the present is competent to give reasoned reflection and have a critical reaction to the results of its contact with the West. Elsewhere in the book, pages 273 to 274, he repeats this point of view. Looking at the situation all around, there has been widespread experimentation by this new class, the urban-minded class, and now its members have reached the point where they know what they like and what they do not. They hold the West in fee, rejecting some of its features, welcoming others, and where they welcome, not hesitating to transform to suit their own taste. In other words, a distinctive Chinese mind is at work, a distinctive Chinese sense of taste, a distinctive judgment of moral and aesthetic values. Simple as this general approach may seem, it is all the more generous and impressive because it comes from the pen of a lifelong missionary. and we think it is on the whole true. As I have expressed it elsewhere, Chinese modernization has been the result of long exposure to the contact and influence of Western ideas and institutions. Because of the thoroughly democratized social structure and because of the failure and incompetence of the reigning dynasty to direct the changes, all Westernization in China has come as a result of gradual diffusion and permeation of ideas, usually initiating from a few individuals, gradually winning a following, and finally achieving significant changes when a sufficient number of people is convinced of their superior convenience or efficacy. From the footwear to the literary revolution, from the lipstick to the overthrow of the monarchy, all has been voluntary and in a broad sense reasoned. Nothing in China is too sacred to be protected from this exposure and contact, and no man, or any class, was powerful enough to protect any institution from the contagious and disintegrating influence of the invading culture. And because the changes have been on the whole voluntary, there is no regret and no retrogression. What a different story we find when we read the equally epic drama of modernization in Japan as told by Professor and Mrs. Lederer. This story can also be summed up in the author's own words. In this rise of a people which had hardly cast aside its medieval vestments, the crucial step was taken with the decision to master the Occidental methods of warfare. Japan took over the entire system of Western armaments and attained to proficiency, and even to mastery of sorts in using it. In the beginning, the full import of this process was not yet grasped. Lafcadio O'Hearn, though a Westerner, was typical of the general attitude. Having become himself a Japanese, he was passionately concerned over the preservation of the genius of the people and championed the idea of building up a Western war apparatus which should be made to serve as a protective wall behind which everything should be preserved unaltered. It could hardly be foreseen at this early stage that in this case one step leads inexorably to a second. The army always represents the technological high-water mark of an age. To build up an army in Japan, to keep it efficient, to adapt it to the peculiar conditions of the land, required a corresponding education and training. Compulsory military training and the development of a large staff of officers meant that the most active sections of the entire population had to be wrenched every so often out of their specifically Japanese setting. A comprehensive organization had to be developed which would provide all types of schools for most thoroughgoing technical training in all the natural sciences, and make it possible for industrial factories to produce the implements of war. In short, since a modern military state is possible only on condition that it is an industrialized state, Japan had to develop in that direction. But industrialization, by reason of the economic interrelationship between various types of production, means also the development of branches of industry which are not essential to the conduct of war. Just as militarism reaches beyond itself into industry, so the technological system of industrialism has far-reaching implications for the social system. Here lies the heart of the problem of Westernization. Pages 179 to 181. Here in these masterful paragraphs, the authors have told the true history and significance of Japanese Westernization. It began with the adoption of militarism, was vindicated when the military machine won the wars over China and Russia, has greatly expanded with the ever-increasing needs and demands of the militaristic system, and is still centering round what Professor Lederer has aptly termed the militaristic industrial system. The whole movement was unified, directed, and controlled by a ruling class which happens to be a militaristic caste, and which had been profoundly trained and molded in the medieval feudalism of the Tokugawa period, which is masterfully described by the authors in a separate chapter, when it was called upon to build up a modern machine of warfare, page 150. That is to say, this class that set the ball rolling in the direction of westernization never realized what it was doing, nor did it ever understand the disturbing, liberalizing, and even revolutionizing forces contained in Western civilization. The leaders of that class thought, as Lafcadio Hearn had thought, namely, that it was possible to build up a modernized war machine which was to serve as a protective shell within which all the traditional values of the Tokugawa Japan could be preserved unaltered. And when modernization tended to run wild and threatened to be liberating and revolutionizing, it was soon checked and suppressed. That part of the West which continued to be accepted in Japanese life was only what was necessary associated with the development of a new power state. Page 183. And the authors have shown concretely that Western influence has produced very little transformation in the fundamental aspects of Japanese life, such as the state, page 150, religion, and social institutions, pages 184 to 189. Reluctantly but inevitably, the letterers have come to the conclusion that, in spite of 7 decades of dramatic modernity, the basic elements of the old Japan still continue to exist and resist all threats of westernization. I say, reluctantly, because the authors really like and admire the old Japan, and sometimes even consider it fortunate that some of the faddisms could not go very far in Japan, page 182, for instance. But being honest observers, they could not escape the inevitable conclusion that it is clear that the tenacity and relative vitality of the ancient Japanese civilization and the completed perfection of its forms are offering strong resistance to the facile assimilation of foreign elements. Page 190. At this point, one is tempted to ask, have the authors given us here a satisfactory explanation of this strange phenomenon? Has this resistance to change been really due to the vitality of the ancient civilization and the completed perfection of its forms? Are not vitality and completed perfection contradictory terms? May not this resistance to change suggest rather an absentee vitality, an incapability to adapt itself to new conditions without losing its entity, and therefore a great fear for new contacts and influences which naturally expresses itself in all extreme forms of artificial solidification and reactionary protection against dangerous contagions? My own view is that the latter seem to be the more satisfactory explanations. Indeed, the authors themselves are greatly troubled by what they have observed as the most strange phenomenon of immunity to the dialectic play of deep-lying evolutionary forces. Page 47. I regret to read that a penetrating mind like Professor Lederer should think that it is a way of life entirely different from the Occidental process of genesis and growth, for it is devoid of dialectic and dynamic. Page 8. This is nothing peculiar to any part of the Orient or of the human race. It is a universal law that any phase of culture tends to be more conservative in its colony than in its mother country, because it is usually more carefully and consciously preserved and perpetuated in a colony, while in its mother country it is allowed to undergo the natural processes of evolution and innovation. And conscious and artificial preservation can always retard the working of the natural processes of change and decay. Buddhism, for example, died out in India many centuries before it began to decline in China, and it now only survives in Buddhistic colonies like Ceylon and Japan. Tokugawa Japan was essentially a cultural colony of China. It was therefore natural that many cultural elements of that period took on the appearance of immunity to change, which simply means that artificial solidification of culture was peculiarly effective during those 260 years of hermetic seclusion. Sitting on the floor, for example, was discarded in China so long ago that historians have difficulty in dating the first use of chairs and tables. But the Japanese to this day continue to sit on the floor. That does not mean the custom of sitting on the floor has any special vitality or has attained completed perfection in form. Therefore, the Japanese resistance to modernization in all their basic aspects of national life must be simply explained by the undeniable facts of artificial protection against change. And this is sometimes reluctantly admitted by the authors themselves when they speak of the deliberate cultivation of national peculiarities. Page 8 of The Japanese Spirit Fighting to the Last Ditch Against Being Submerged in the Process of Proletarianization. P. X. and of The Old Spirit of Japan, showing itself in powerful secret societies and in open fascist movements in which national pride, economic radicalism, the adherence to tradition, drive toward the resuscitation of the whole nation, battling enemies from within and from without, risking the structure of old Japan as well as her position as a world power. Page 11. Herein lies the tragedy of Japan, and its true explanation. This work of the letters is most beautifully written. The first chapter on the land reads like a beautiful poem, but is not without its defects. One of its apparent defects is its fondness of theorizing. They have, for instance, tried to explain the origin of the shogunate by the principle of mediation. Page 49, which is that, in all relations of life, the Japanese conducts his most important affairs through an intermediary. It is almost impossible for the Japanese to give direct expression to his will or to fight through a conflict with resolute opposition, which of course is not true. And the authors know it is not true in the case of Japanese warriors fighting in their own right. But the absurdity of the theory in this case is defended by another theory that the warrior's antagonist is not so much an actual person as a formal foe. This fondness of theorizing is at its worst in the chapter entitled The 40,000 Symbols of the Far East, which deals with the subject of language. Among the numerous theories brought in, the principle of mediation again makes its appearance, page 82. In Japan nothing speaks directly, not even the word, which of course is not true. In the same chapter, the authors tell us that the basic content of the spoken language in China is even more meager than in Japan. Page 69. Do they realize that there are only about 60 syllabic sounds in the Japanese language, which is the poorest in sounds of all languages? The danger of over-theorizing without sufficient evidence is best illustrated by a long passage in the chapter on the Japanese state, where the authors speak of the lofty place of the loyalty to the sovereign in the Japanese hierarchy of loyalties. Parents, wife, children give way to the emperor in case of conflicting loyalties. To the Chinese, such a violation of family affection is inconceivable. In Japan it has been responsible for many tragedies. Page 141. And the authors proceed to illustrate this peculiarly Japanese virtue by telling the famous Japanese story of the exiled nobleman Michizane, whose son's life was saved by the loyalty and sacrifice of a former vassal who succeeded in substituting his own grandson for the real heir of Michizane. and they further comment on this story. Such a violation of family love would be altogether incomprehensible to the Chinese. Page 142. As a matter of fact, this famous Japanese story is no more than a Japanese version of an equally famous Chinese drama, The Orphan of Chao, which was among the earliest Chinese dramas translated into European languages, which inspired Voltaire to produce his play under the same title, and which is still frequently enacted on the Chinese stage today. How hazardous it is to generalize about nations and peoples. Japan's War in China. Pamphlet. New York, Chinese Cultural Society, 1938. If I were asked to sum up in one sentence the present conditions in my country, I would not hesitate to say that China is literally bleeding to death. We have been fighting for more than 16 months against an aggressor which is one of the 3 greatest naval powers, and one of the 4 or 5 greatest military powers of the world. We have suffered 1 million casualties, including the killed and the wounded. We have vast territories being occupied by the invading armies. We have lost all the important cities on the coast and along the Yangtze River: Peiping, Tientsin, Tsingtao, Sainan, Shanghai, Hangzhou, Nanking, Wuhu, Fujian, Amoy, Canton, and the Wuhan cities. Practically all the cities that are generally known to the outside world as centers of commerce and industry, of education and modern culture, of transportation and communication, are now either devastated or occupied by the invaders. Of the 111 universities and colleges, more than 2/3 have been either destroyed, occupied, or disabled, and the very few that are still functioning in the interior are working without equipment and under constant dangers of air raids. And, in addition to the vast number of casualties in the fighting forces, there are now 60 million civilian sufferers who have been driven from their destroyed homes, farms, shops, and villages, and who are fleeing the invader, and are roving the country without shelter, without medical aid, and in most cases without the barest means of subsistence. And there are every day hundreds of innocent non-combatants being murdered and slaughtered by the bombers of the Imperial Army of Japan. And, most serious of all, with the loss of Canton in October, China is now entirely cut off from all access to the sea, that is, from all access to fresh supplies of arms and munitions from abroad. We have to rely upon 3 back doors for future war supplies from abroad, namely, the overland route to Soviet Russia, the route through French Indochina, and the route through British Burma. All these 3 routes are very difficult, and not always dependable. After repeated threats from Japan, the French are reported to have now closed the Indochina Railway to Chinese munitions. The overland motor road to Soviet Russia is open, but it is 3,000 miles from the Russian border to the present capital at Chongqing, a distance longer than that from San Francisco to New York. No heavy pieces of munitions can be transported over such a long road with very few service stations. The Burma route is not yet quite ready for use. So for the present we are actually completely cut off from the sea and from our sinews of war. This also means that we are faced with tremendous difficulties in sending out our exports with which to secure our foreign exchange. This is our present situation. Have I overstated the case in saying that China is literally bleeding to death? It was natural that, after the fall of Canton and Hankow, there was a brief period of doubt, hesitation, and even despair on the part of many of our people and of our leaders. As I have repeatedly pointed out to my American friends, there is a limit to the ability of human flesh and blood to fight against much superior mechanical and metal equipment, and there is always the danger of collapse through sheer exhaustion. It was quite natural, therefore, that my people should have had this period of doubt and indecision during which, as the press reported, there were talks of peace, that is, there were serious thoughts of giving up the fight. In fact, our enemy, too, made it quite clear that they wanted peace. But this period of hesitation was also a period of great decisions. It did not take very long for our leaders to come to the conclusion that it was impossible for China to have peace at the present moment simply because there was not the slightest chance for a peace that would be reasonably acceptable to my people. After serious considerations of all difficulties and potentialities, our leaders have definitely decided to continue our policy of resisting the invader and to fight on. In announcing this new determination to the nation and to the world at large, Generalissimo Chiang Kai-shek laid special stress on these points: that China will continue her policy of prolonged nationwide resistance, that as the war has become really nationwide, and the enemy is drawn into the interior, both time and geography are on our side, that our war of resistance during the past 16 months has succeeded in retarding the westward advance of the enemy, thus enabling ourselves to develop communications and transportations in the vast hinterland and remove some industries thither, that we can only hope to win final victory through the greatest hardship and sacrifice, and that this war of resistance must be understood as a revolutionary warfare, similar to the wars of American independence, French and Russian Revolution and Turkish emancipation. And in such revolutionary warfare the spirit of the people will ultimately win out. This is the solemn declaration of China's new determination. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. What will the world think of this new decision of my people to fight on against tremendous and apparently unsurmountable difficulties? Will it regard this determination as sheer folly built upon no better foundation than the logic of wishful thinking? Whatever the world may think of us, I can assure you that a nation that has sacrificed 1,000,000 men and is prepared to make even greater sacrifices in fighting for its national existence cannot be accused of basing its hopes and aspirations upon mere wishful thinking. We are making a deliberate decision on the basis of the 16 months' terrible, but very instructive experience of the war. We have learned during these terrible months that our soldiers and officers are capable of heroic bravery and supreme sacrifices, that our people are bearing their losses and devastations without complaining against their government, and that the sense of national unity and solidarity throughout the country, including the parts temporarily under the military occupation of the enemy, is beyond question. And we have also learned that our enemy is actually feeling the burden of the prolonged war, that Japan's finances are nearing the breaking point, that she is employing her full armed strength in fighting a nation which she had never seriously considered as capable of putting up a fight, that she is terribly worried by the vast expenditure of her store of war munitions intended for greater wars against more formidable foes, and that it is not impossible for us to wear out our enemy if we can only fight on long enough. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Moreover, it seems to me as an amateur historian that there is much truth in the statement that our war of resistance is a kind of revolutionary warfare, which can best be understood in the light of the history of the revolutionary wars of America, France, Russia, and Turkey. Surely an American audience can appreciate this historical analogy. Not very long ago, an American friend wrote me these words: "China is now at Valley Forge, but I hope she will soon be at Yorktown." These words were written before I read General Chiang Kai-shek's message referred to above. It may not be entirely out of place for me to develop this historical analogy a little further. John Fiske, one of your most scientific historians, said, "The dreadful sufferings of Washington's army at Valley Forge have called forth the pity and the admiration of historians. As the poor soldiers marched on the 17th of December, 1777, to their winter quarters, their route could be traced on the snow by the blood that oozed from bare, frost-bitten feet. On the 23rd, Washington informed Congress that he had encamped 2,898 men unfit for duty, because they are barefoot and otherwise naked. Cold and hunger daily added many to the sick list, and in the crowded hospitals, men sometimes died for want of straw to put between themselves and the frozen ground on which they lay. So great was the distress that there were times when, in case of an attack by the enemy, scarcely 2,000 men could have been got under arms." Fiske, The American Revolution, 2, pages 28 to 29. That was Valley Forge in the winter of 1777. Shortly after that, the English government under George III and Lord North offered peace by unconditionally repealing all the laws which had led to the revolt of the American colonies. It was declared that Parliament would renounce forever the right to raise a revenue in America, and commissioners were sent to America to deal with Congress, armed with full powers to negotiate a peace. That was an offer of an honorable peace. Had the fathers of this republic accepted it, it could have avoided 4 more years of bloodshed and sacrifice. But there would have been no independence and no United States of America. The founders of the American Republic rejected the peace of 1778 and fought on for 4 years longer, and won the final victory at Yorktown in October 1781. We must remember that those intervening years were often almost as difficult and perilous as the dreary winter at Valley Forge. There were military reverses and losses of territory, and there were internal troubles and even high treason. There was no continental government. After 3 years' discussion, the Articles of Confederation had not yet been adopted. The Continental Congress had rapidly declined in reputation and authority. Congress had no power to tax the states. It could only go on printing more and more greenbacks to finance the war. This paper money soon depreciated until, Washington said, "It took a wagon load of money to buy a wagon load of provisions." Early in 1780, the value of the dollar had fallen to 2 cents, and by the end of the year it took 10 paper dollars to make a cent. The money soon ceased to circulate, debts could not be collected, and there was a general prostration of credit. A barber in Philadelphia papered his shop with bills. Under these circumstances, it became almost impossible to feed and clothe the army. When 4 months' pay of a private soldier would not buy a single bushel of wheat for his family, and when he could not collect even this pittance, while most of the time he went barefoot and half-famished, it was not strange that he should sometimes feel mutinous. Fiske op. Cit. 2, pages 196 to 200. Such were the conditions in 1780. Yet Washington and his colleagues did not give up the fight. A year later, the final victory came at Yorktown, which ended the military phase of the War of American Independence. I have gone into some details in describing the hardships and the difficulties of the War of 1776 to 1781, not only to show that the conditions of the Continental Army of Washington were not much better off than those of the National Army of China in the present war, but also to illustrate what General Chiang Kai-shek means by characterizing our war of resistance as revolutionary warfare in which the spirit of the people will ultimately win out. All revolutionary wars were fought by poorly equipped but idealistically inspired peoples against the well-equipped regular armies of an oppressor or aggressor. In the end, final victory almost invariably came to those whose idealism and heroism could overcome the greatest hardship and sacrifice. If this is still wishful thinking, it is a type of wishful thinking so inspiring and so enticing that millions of my people are determined to test it out with their blood and their lives. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Before concluding, I like to make another observation, again based on historical analogy. I like to ask a question. How did the fathers of this republic ever get out of Valley Forge and march on to the final victory of Yorktown? All historians agree that two factors were responsible. The first was that the Revolutionary Army fought on in spite of almost unsurmountable difficulties. But there was another, and equally important factor, namely, that the cause of the American Revolution was greatly aided by the international situation of the time. The England of George III was disliked and hated by the great powers of Europe, whose sympathies were naturally on the side of the American colonies. The Continental Congress sent a diplomatic mission to Europe, directed primarily to the French court of Louis XVI. Among the members of the mission was Benjamin Franklin, who later became the first American minister to France, and who concluded a commercial treaty and a treaty of alliance with France and secured from France not only loans and subsidies totaling 45,000,000 livres, but also important military assistance in the form of a large and well-equipped expeditionary force. Even the most ardent advocate of American isolationism, Professor Samuel Flagg Bemis, tells us that the combination of French armies and fleets in America with General Washington's forces brought about the final fortunate victory of Yorktown. The French alliance was decisive for the cause of American independence. No American should forget that. Bemis, A Diplomatic History of the United States, page 31. But it was not the direct assistance from France that alone was decisive for the American cause. The whole international situation at that time was directly and indirectly advantageous to the American Revolution. France and England were in an undeclared war as early as 1778. Spain declared war on England in 1779. In 1780, Empress Catherine of Russia proclaimed the principle of the freedom of the seas and the right of neutrals, a principle which was immediately accepted by all the enemies of England. In 1780, too, Holland was at war with England. But the year before the British surrender at Yorktown, England was practically at war with the whole European world, and her colonial possessions everywhere were seriously menaced by France and Spain. It was this adverse international situation which made it impossible for England to reinforce her armies fighting in America, and to deal any effective blow to the relatively small forces of Washington. National Crisis and Student Life. The Chinese Christian Student. December, 1938. Volume 29. Number 2. Pages 3 to 4. It is a great honor to come to this gathering of Chinese Christian students, although you know I am not a Christian. One of the Chinese characteristics is tolerance towards religion. For example, I always like to tell my American friends that I am a non-believer. Yet, I am a trustee of a Catholic university which has a Protestant president. My topic today is national crisis, and student life. Our trouble today is that we are beginning to wake up only when it is too late. Our old proverb says, "You should repair your roofs and walls before the rain comes, and do not try to drill a well when you are already thirsty." But things as they are now, with the conflagration already in full force, we are just beginning to be worried. What shall we do, and what can we do? At the very outset, we must clearly understand that this crisis is too stupendous. In a crisis of such magnitude, we as individuals can do very little. Even as a small group, very little contribution can be made. Propaganda? What will your propaganda amount to? How many people can you reach? Of those whom you can reach, how many can you move? My speaking experiences in the last 9 months led me to believe that very little can be achieved through speaking. Those who are with you are always with you, while those who are against you are always against you. For example, can you expect to convince some of the senators who are against you? The purpose of speaking is to win sympathy and to get action. There is 100% sympathy, but no action. To raise money? How much can you raise? A few dollars towards the relief fund? What good does that amount do? Then, to urge boycott? How difficult it is to urge American women to wear cotton stockings instead of rayon. So what effect can boycott do? No. These are not of the first importance. The thing which is really needed is international action to restore peace in the Far East, which we can legitimately expect. It is the positive action to stop war. This you and I cannot get. Let us also clearly understand that this war is not an accident, nor are our losses and our suffering accidental. They are expected by everybody, including ourselves. The causes of our losses are so fundamental that we can't help admitting them. The fundamental cause is that we are backward in education, in science, in industry, in technology, as well as in military preparation. The modern war is a war of machine, of scientific and technological achievements. It is a war of social and political organizations, of education and administration. We know that, but we do not admit it. Only very few dare to admit it. We lack intellectual honesty if we talk about winning the war. General Chang knew the situation much better than we do. On July 17, 1937, he told the educational leaders at the Culling Conference that if war could be avoided, we must prepare for 2 things. First, to fight a long war of retreat and defeat, and, secondly, to be ready to endure the most acute suffering. Irresponsible civilians did not know the real situation, so they talked about war lightly. We must also understand that the war cannot and will not alter the level of our backwardness. It only accentuates it. It is a heavy and cruel penalty for our backwardness. It publicizes and advertises our backwardness and makes the whole world see it. At least, it should make ourselves see it more clearly than ever before. Even winning the war does not make us a great nation. Our backwardness remains. The destructions, devastations, and sufferings will only make this backwardness all the more backward. Our task is, therefore, very clear. It is to do our part to remove a little bit of the backwardness. It is to contribute our utmost to the future building of the nation. Our task is of the future. At present, we can't do very much. We should dedicate ourselves to the great task of eliminating our backwardness and of building up the future of our national life. We are builders, at least, workers of the future China. What we need to do at present is to find out what China needs most, and what we can best fit ourselves to do. My advice to you may seem to be heartless. I, however, earnestly hope you would not be too much disturbed by the present and forget the future. Don't be depressed by the reports of defeats in the papers. It may be necessary for us to forget and ignore the present in order to devote ourselves to prepare for the future. Goethe, a German, told us in his chronology that in any national trouble he tried to forget the present by devoting himself to study. He studied the color effect of light on plants. He even devoted himself to the study of Chinese language. To give you another example. Zhuge Liang plowed his field in the days of turmoil, and lived a retired life at Nanyang. When Lu Pi called on him, he predicted the things which would happen in the coming decades of years. In one of his letters, he advised, "Be calm and tranquil in order that you may cover the longer distance." Zhangzi also taught us, "The burden is heavy, and the journey is long." We, therefore, have to think in terms of a long distance, or a long journey. It is also necessary to remember that the war may be a long one. General Itagaki, who took part in the plot of the Manchurian affair, knew the situation very well. He predicted that the war might last 10 or 20 years. If there were no international action, there would be no end of war. War has the tendency of perpetuating itself. The Spanish War was expected to end long ago, but it is still going on. Therefore, this war of ours will not end so soon. Even after the war is over, the war against poverty, against disease, against general backwardness must still be very long and bitter. But this should not lead us to despair. A Chinese proverb says, "For a 7-year disease, it is not too late to start preparing the cure which requires 3 years' labor." It is never too late to prepare ourselves for the future. Today, it is too late to do anything of immediate effectiveness. But to prepare for the future, you are never too late. This is high time to work hard. Don't worry. Worrying leads you nowhere, but hard work will lead you somewhere. Japanese are stupid, they know it. But in the first lesson of their primer, they learn the lesson of the race between a tortoise and a hare. It is the tortoise which wins the prize. If you do not add the hare's rapidity to the tortoise's industry, you can go nowhere. Mr. Wenhao preached hard work long ago in the magazine edited by himself. If there were any religion worth believing now, it is this new religion of hard work. For the time being, we may ask, what China needs most and what I can do. Some think the first question is more important. It is not. Individual ability should be emphasized. 360 professions are all needed. It is, therefore, not necessary for anyone to give up his own line of work and to change to what he considers China needs most. Positively not. The future of China needs everything. We can't be proficient in all fields, but only in one or at most in two, so don't try to sacrifice a first-rate preacher, poet, etc., to become a third- or fourth-rate electrician or aviator. It is important not to be deceived by an easy assumption, and not to let the apparent national needs becloud our individual fitness. If you are good for nothing at present, you may be good for the future. So follow your own interests and aptitudes and prepare yourselves. But how do you know your own interests? In most cases, you don't know. You must find out by exploring, by adventuring into the unknown and the unfamiliar. Find yourself by cultivating as many interests as you can. Galileo first studied medicine, then painting. One day, he happened to listen to the lectures on Euclid's geometry, which interested him so much that he gave up medicine and painting to take up physics. Let us not be mistaken by our own attitudes. China needs men of every ability and every profession. So develop yourselves according to your aptitudes, and work hard. As you are Christians, let me give you a living example of a Japanese Christian. You may be interested in one article in the Christian Science Monitor which said that in these days of war, Kagawa was still working very hard and continuing to use the proceeds from his writings to support 19 churches, 17 kindergartens and schools, 6 cooperatives, 1 research center, and 2 monthly publications. In conclusion, this national crisis is stupendous. We must confess our impotence and backwardness in order to change the course of events. You are for the future and of the future. Remember not to be disturbed by the present. Ignore the present, if possible, and dedicate yourself to the future China. The meaning of October 10th. The Chinese Christian Student. October/November, 1939. Volume 30. Number 1-2. Page 4. First of all, I want to express the appreciation of the Chinese community to the New York World's Fair authorities for their gracious act of designating this day as China Day at the fair. This act is all the more generous because China, as you all know, withdrew last year from her original plans of participating in the national exhibits at the fair. By this kind invitation today, the fair authorities have shown us that they have forgiven China's desertion in a worthy cause, a desertion which was forced upon her by the necessities of a protracted war of aggression on her own soil. We are assembled here to commemorate the 28th anniversary of the Chinese Revolution of 1911. October 10th is to every Chinese what the 4th of July is to the American citizen. The Revolution of 1911, which broke out on that day, not only overthrew the Manchu dynasty, but also put an end to all monarchical rule in China. Thus the Chinese Revolution was of a twofold significance. It was a racial or nationalistic revolution in that it threw off an alien yoke of 270 years, and it was a political revolution of the first magnitude in that it was the first successful overthrow of the monarchical form of government on the continent of Asia. At that time, and for many years afterwards, this twofold significance was not fully appreciated. It was easy for the world to see that the Manchu rule was successfully overthrown, and never to return. But it was not easy for the casual observer to admit that the Chinese Revolution was equally successful in building up a truly lasting democratic political structure. This failure to recognize the achievements of the political phase of the revolution is understandable. You can overthrow an old monarchy overnight, but you cannot build up a democracy within the brief space of 1 or 2 decades. The world only saw the years of internal strife and civil wars that followed the revolution of 1911. But it has failed to see that, beneath the surface of apparent disorder and disintegration, great changes were taking place and were affecting basically the social and political life of the nation. To the vast number of the people, the success of the revolution meant that even the emperor must go. That idea is most revolutionary. For what else can have greater power and greater permanence than the institution of the emperor, which seems to have stood the test of time for thousands of years? If the emperor can be swept away by the tide of the times, nothing else seems sacred enough to remain unaffected by the onslaught of the new ideas and practices. That was exactly what was happening in the years following the revolution. With the downfall of the dynasty, there were gone all the numerous institutions which had been for centuries its paraphernalia, among other things, the Manchu garrisons, the ignorant parasitic nobility born to power, the eunuch, the state religion, the public sale of office, and the absolute power of the monarch to punish, to imprison, and to kill. The mere overthrow of these long sanctified institutions and usages has had a liberating influence far greater than the outside critic was capable of imagining at the time. The political significance of the Chinese Revolution of 1911 consisted chiefly in the removal of a center of blind and unenlightened power, which could have easily suppressed any idea or movement not to its liking. The old monarchy, together with its vast paraphernalia, was incapable of effective leadership for reform, but it had the power to retard progress. The many reforms of the year 1898, for example, were nullified overnight by the ignorant and much overrated Empress Dowager, who imprisoned her own emperor's son and beheaded without trial 6 leaders of the reform movement. A movement such as the literary renaissance of the last 20 years could have been easily killed under the old monarchy. A memorial to the throne from one of the imperial censors would have been sufficient to imprison the leaders and suppress the whole movement. The downfall of the absolute power of the monarchy, therefore, furnished the precondition of an age of intellectual freedom and social and political change. The 28 years under the Republic have been most important in the intellectual and social history of the Chinese nation. During these decades, a thorough and fundamental process of modernization has been going on in China, and has affected almost every phase of the cultural, social, and political life of the people. As one who has not only watched but also participated in these changes, I can testify that these changes, these intellectual and social movements, would have been impossible without the success of the revolution of 28 years ago. The most characteristic feature of the Chinese intellectual and social movements of the last 2 or 3 decades is the almost complete freedom with which Chinese intellectuals have discussed and criticized every phase of national life. Nothing seems too sacred to be subjected to criticism. The legendary sage emperors, Confucius and Confucianism, Buddhism, Taoism, family life, marriage, filial piety, God or the gods and spirits, immortality, none of these has escaped the new spirit of searching criticism and doubt. I sincerely believe that this spirit of freedom in thought, research, and expression would have been absolutely impossible if the fathers of the Republic had not overthrown those terrible forces of oppression in the command and under the protection of the old monarchy. These blessings of freedom will be better appreciated if we only cast a critical glance at the intellectual, social, and political life of our closest neighbor, the so-called modern Japan. When we realize how little freedom is allowed to scholars and thinkers in Japan, and how solicitously some of the intellectual absurdities and dynastic and religious myths of Japan are protected from the so-called dangerous thought, then, but not until then, will we fully understand the great liberation which was brought about in China 28 years ago. Therefore, I invite you all to join me today in commemorating this 28th anniversary of the Chinese Revolution that not only freed the Chinese nation from almost 3 centuries of alien domination, but also liberated the Chinese mind and Chinese life and brought about 3 decades of liberal thinking and critical scholarship, which, to me, mean far more than military strength or naval power. The present situation in China. China Monthly. January 1940. Volume 1. Number 2. Pages 4 to 5, 12 to 13. 1. Japan's aggressive war in China, which began in September 1931, has been going on for more than 8 years. Its latest phase of continued large-scale hostilities has been going on for exactly 29 months. By the New Year week, the war will be 2.5 years old. 4 weeks ago, on November 12th, Generalissimo Chiang Kai-shek summed up the first 2.5 years of the war by saying that as the war went on, Japan had become weaker and weaker, while our power of resistance had become stronger and stronger. Has he been over-optimistic or unrealistic? First, it is not difficult to show that China's power of resistance has become greater today than ever before. In the same speech, General Chiang said that, since the outbreak of the war in 1937, our military strength today had been more than doubled. These words of the Chinese commander-in-chief were confirmed a few days ago by the Japanese Premier, General Nobuyuki Abe, who told the Osaka commercial leaders that General Chiang Kai-shek still had about 2 million soldiers in the field, and that the final solution of the China incident might take from 5 to 10 years. Our great strength lies in what the physicist calls mass, that is, vast space and great numbers. Japan with her 70 million is trying to conquer a population of 450 million. The war fronts now extend from beyond the Great Wall to the Western River Valley, fully 2,000 miles. It is estimated by conservative neutral observers that, on the various fronts taken together, Japan has been and is losing at least from 800 to 1,000 men every day without any major frontal battles. That is about 300,000 to 360,000 men in a year. During the last 8 months, our soldiers have been doing very well, not only in guerrilla warfare, but also in frontal battles. We have inflicted severe defeats on the invaders in southern Shanxi and northern Hubei. And in the first days of October, the Chinese armies in northern Hunan and northern Jiangxi scored a series of signal victories over the Japanese troops attempting to capture the city of Changsha. Japanese dead were estimated at 30,000. And the Japanese army headquarters declared that the city of Changsha was of no military value. General Chiang has elsewhere told the world that the strategy of the Chinese defender consists of trading space for time, and of achieving a great victory by accumulating small victories. One can best appreciate the meaning of his famous phrase, trading space for time, when one recalls the lightning rapidity with which Austria, Czechoslovakia, Albania, and even Poland were overpowered and extinguished by their aggressors. We have temporarily lost some very important territory, but we have gained 2.5 years of time, and we are quite confident that we can achieve a great victory by accumulating small victories. One can fight on for another 2.5 years, or as the Japanese premier has predicted, from 5 to 10 years. Time is our ally. The longer we fight on, the more confident we become, and the stronger we become. 2. Nor is it hard to demonstrate that, the longer the war goes on, the weaker becomes Japan. Indeed, the war is already exposing to the world many weaknesses of Japan as a nation. I shall not dwell on the low opinion which foreign military experts have expressed about Japan as a military power. Nor shall I stress the moral depravity of the Japanese fighting forces as evidenced in their conduct in occupied areas in China, or in their peculiarly Nipponese method of conquest by poisoning the conquered population by army-controlled traffic in highly concentrated narcotics. Nor shall I try to emphasize the great political and intellectual weaknesses of the Japanese nation by pointing to the complete disappearance of liberalism and radicalism with the outbreak of the war, or to the complete absence of national leadership after 8 years of continental warfare. I shall confine myself to one phase of Japan's weakness, which can be seen in statistical figures, namely, her economic weakness. It has been estimated that the cost of the first 2 years of the war, plus the cost of the Manchurian invasion and occupation, is 8 times the combined costs of the First Sino-Japanese War, 1894–5, and the Russo-Japanese War, 1904–5. And the national budget of 1,939 is 7 times that of 1931. 1931, 1 for 76,000,000 yen, 100%. 1937, 5 for 36,000,000 yen, 370%. 1938, 8, 393,000,000 yen, 570%. 1939, 9 for 50,000,000 yen, 700%. To meet this gigantic expenditure, the Japanese government has had to resort to such inflationary methods as the increase of paper notes and of loan issues. Loan issues. 1937, 300,000,000 yen. 1938, 5 400,000,000 yen. 1939, estimated 5, 924 for 69,000 yen. This is far beyond the capability of the Japanese bond market to absorb. By the end of 1938, there was already 3,160,000,000 yen's worth of new bonds left in the hands of the banks. Moreover, the war has necessitated the drastic curtailing of Japanese exports, which has led to the unfavorable balance of trade, and the imports of ammunitions and of raw materials for the war industries must be paid in gold. The result has been the rapid disappearance and exhaustion of the Japanese gold reserve. Japanese gold sold to the USA, being weak in such key commodities as oil, scrap iron, copper, lead, nickel, rubber, and metalworking machinery, Japan must import them from abroad. Therefore, the decrease in her export trade and the exhaustion of her gold constitute a very serious situation, and there seems to be no end of the war in sight. I am, therefore, justified in saying that, during these 28 months of the war, Japan's weaknesses are fully and clearly revealed to all who can read. The world is witnessing one of the greatest tragedies of human history, namely, a great nation lightheartedly throwing overboard its glorious achievements of 60 years and foolhardily committing harakiri on a gigantic scale. The world is witnessing the greatest weakness of the Japanese nation, namely, its inability to control its military machine even at the risk of national perdition. 3. There is another way of looking at the situation in the Far East. China is fighting her war of resistance to aggression, and she is fully conscious that she not only has the sympathy of the civilized world on her side, but has been actually fighting with the material and political assistance of the friendly nations. On the other hand, Japan stands isolated and condemned as the public enemy number one in the family of nations. She has been recently deserted by her friend and partner, Germany, and is now shamelessly trying to bluff the democratic nations by threatening to join hands with Soviet Russia. I wish I could make you all fully appreciate what a world of difference it makes whether you fight a war with the sympathy or with the condemnation of the whole civilized world on your side. This almost unanimous sympathy on the side of China has been an important factor in buttressing our morale throughout these months of distress and tribulation. And it is this same sympathy that has been largely responsible for the not inconsiderable amount of material and political help from all of China's friends. Of course, there were Chinese optimists who had entertained extravagant expectations of the friendly powers, and who naturally felt greatly disappointed when China had to fight Japan single-handed for more than 2 years without any other Pacific power jumping into the war on our side. But those of us who know the international situation and who understood the war-weary psychology of the peace-loving nations never cherished great hopes for China to secure military, financial, or material aid from her foreign friends. Yet, the Chinese cause was so convincingly appealing, and the conduct of Japanese military so horribly aggressive that China soon found every friendly power quite ready to give her assistance in every way possible. Indeed, China could not have fought so well and so long without the help of Great Britain, France, Soviet Russia, and the United States. Soviet Russia, which is nearest to us and least afraid of Japan's military strength, and which has the least vested interests in China at stake, naturally feels most free to give China assistance. The aid from the Soviet Union has been twofold. First, by amassing a great military force along the Manchurian and Mongolian borders, thereby making it necessary for Japan to maintain at least 250,000 of her best trained and best equipped troops in northern Manchuria and Inner Mongolia, and, secondly, by selling to China partly on credit, and partly by barter, a large amount of arms, ammunitions, warplanes, and quantities of oil. I take this opportunity to point out that this assistance from the Soviet Union has been given to us, not only because it is to our national interest to do so, but also because Soviet Russia was for years at the height of her international idealism and was therefore sympathetic with China's resistance to Japanese aggression. As far as I know, there has not been any string tied to this assistance, neither ideological surrender nor territorial concessions. Great Britain and France both have vast interests in various parts of China, which can be easily threatened by Japan. Moreover, ever since 1935, both Great Britain and France had been so much occupied by the European situation that they were unable to devote much attention to the Far East. Yet, in spite of these great difficulties, both Britain and France have been quite generous in their help to China during these 2.5 years of the war. Great Britain has rendered great assistance to China by supporting the Chinese national currency ever since the days of November 1935, when the new currency policy was first proclaimed by the Chinese government. For 15 months, the British colony of Hong Kong was the greatest port of entry for Chinese munitions and war materials, and, even after the loss of Canton, Hong Kong is still one of the most important side doors for Free China. And it is Great Britain and France which now give to China the use of her two great backdoors, the two great accesses to the sea, namely, the French Indochina route and the British Burma route. It is unfair to say that such aid from Great Britain and France has been given to China simply because British and French imperialism is anxious to defend itself against the menace of Japanese imperialism. It is, I repeat, largely the manifestation of deep-rooted sympathy. This sympathy we can understand better now that these democracies are actually engaged in a terrific war which, in the words of Mr. Neville Chamberlain, aims at the defeat of that aggressive, bullying mentality which seeks continually to dominate other peoples by force, which finds brutal satisfaction in the persecution and torture of inoffensive citizens, and which, in the name of the interest of the state, justifies any repudiation of its own pledged word whenever it finds it convenient. Naturally, my people have expected more moral, political, and material support from the people and government of the United States. In this expectation, we have not been disappointed. You all know that, under the Silver Purchase Act, your Department of Treasury has bought vast quantities of our nationalized silver, which purchase has been of the greatest help to China. And you all know of the $25 million credit which the Export-Import Bank gave to a Chinese trading corporation last December, and which has been indirectly responsible for China's securing subsequently more credits from other countries amounting to over $50 million. But the world little realizes that $25 million credit was 1,000 times more significant than the figures might indicate, because this financial assistance came at a time when China's last main access to the sea had been cut off with the loss of Canton, and her morale probably at the lowest ebb. Future historians will surely say that the export-import credit of last December, not a very large amount in itself, had the magic effect of reviving and buttressing the spirit and morale of Chinese resistance, because it made China understand that she had not been deserted by her friends in her darkest hours of distress. The same magic touch was again given to China by the American government on July 26, 1939, when it suddenly but apparently nonchalantly notified Japan of the abrogation of the 1911 Treaty of Commerce and Navigation. This action has once more given the greatest encouragement to the Chinese nation because it came at a time when Great Britain had just been forced to make an important concession to Japan in her negotiations in Tokyo, and China was beginning to wonder whether practical difficulties and threatened interests were actually compelling her friends to desert her. The American government's action once more dispelled all such doubts. It gave moral encouragement to China by strengthening her friends and dumbfounding her enemies. 4. The abrogation of the commercial treaty with Japan was announced in Washington on July 26. At that time, the European situation was rapidly and radically deteriorating. On August 23, the text of the Non-Aggression Pact between Soviet Russia and Germany was published. German invasion of Poland began shortly afterward, and the Great European War broke out in the first days of September. This Great War has now been going on for over 3 months. What effects has the European War had, or will it have on the Sino-Japanese War in the Far East? For weeks, there were grave apprehensions on the part of the Chinese leaders and the Chinese people. There was the danger of Great Britain and France being forced to make important concessions to Japan at the expense of China. There was even the danger of the Indochina and the Burma routes being closed by the French and British at the point of the Japanese bayonet, and there was the danger of Soviet Russia abandoning her policy of assistance to China. I am happy to say that so far the situation has turned out to be very much better than it had first appeared. The Soviet-German Pact, apparently negotiated and concluded without the knowledge of Japan, was considered by Japan as a betrayal by her supposed friend and ally Germany. In her strong resentment against Germany, the Japanese government declared the anti-Comintern Pact dead. She now feels herself more isolated than ever. She does not know where to turn next. She will probably remain in that state of bewildered isolation for some time to come. In this state of resentment and bewilderment, Japan has so far not dared to attack the British and French possessions in East Asia. Recently, Britain and France have slightly reduced their armed forces in North China. It is quite possible that the European situation may force the British and the French to make some other minor concessions to Japan on the mainland of Asia. But we are reasonably confident that these democratic powers, which have undertaken to fight a terrific war for the purpose of defeating the continual threat to dominate the world by force, surely will not betray or desert China, which, for over 2 years, has already been fighting the world's first battles against aggression. Indeed, such a betrayal of China would emphatically belie all their professed war aims and peace aims. As to what Soviet Russia will do in the Far East, no one can tell. But this much I can say: after almost 4 months of intermittent warfare on the Mongolia-Manchurian border, Russia and Japan signed on September 15 an agreement which brought about a cessation of hostilities and established a joint commission to examine the disputed boundaries. On October 31st, Premier Molotov of the Soviet Union, in the course of his report on foreign affairs to the Supreme Soviet, said that the possibility has been established of starting Soviet-Japanese trade negotiations, and that they, the Soviets, look with favor on Japanese overtures of this kind. A few days later, however, the Communist International in Moscow issued a manifesto calling upon the workers and farmers of the world to rise and support the Chinese people in their heroic resistance to Japanese aggression. So far, there has been no indication that the Soviet Union has abandoned or will abandon her policy of assistance to China. In short, there have been beginnings of improvement of relations between the USSR and Japan, and there have been Japanese overtures for trade negotiations. But Soviet Russia apparently is still continuing to give help to China in her war against Japanese invasion. Whatever effects the European war may produce on the Sino-Japanese conflict, and whatever changes may come in the international lineup in the Far East, one thing is certain, namely, that the Chinese people are determined to fight on, for many more months and possibly for many more years to come, until our enemy is economically so exhausted and militarily so bogged down that it will be willing to accept a just and endurable peace. This is not impossible. You will remember that in November 1918, when the armistice came to the last World War, Germany was still occupying almost the whole of Belgium and a large portion of France, but the war had been lost for the Germans. And this breakdown of Japan can be greatly accelerated by an effective boycott of Japanese goods and an effective embargo of essential war materials to Japan by the peace-loving and democratic peoples who have been supplying Japan with foreign exchange and with scrap iron, oil, copper, cotton, and metalworking machinery. When Japan's unfavorable trade balance is becoming unbearable, when her domestic loan issues can no longer be absorbed by the native banks and investors, when her gold holding is completely exhausted, and when she has nowhere to go to replenish her exhausted war supplies, then a little pressure from without will tell effectively, just as the proverbial last straw breaks the back of the camel. In conclusion, I cannot help quoting once more from the November 12th speech of General Chiang Kai-shek, in which he says, "It is fortunate for the world that the European war was started 26 months after China had taken up our war against Japanese aggression. Today, Japan no doubt still has the ambition to seize the opportunity of the war in Europe to fish in troubled waters, but she has been deeply bogged down and greatly weakened by our armies, and is no longer powerful enough to effectively threaten the world with her forces of aggression. It is in this sense that China may be said to have been fighting these 30 months on behalf of the civilized and peace-loving world. This is the larger historical significance of China's war of resistance. We are still fighting. China Magazine. February 1940. Volume 16. Number 1. Pages 4 to 6. 2 years ago, I pointed out that the issues behind the Far Eastern conflict were the clash of Japanese imperialism with the legitimate aspirations of Chinese nationalism, and the conflict of Japanese militarism with the moral restrictions of a new world order. I still believe that these are the real issues, but I now see they are closely related to each other. In order to see these issues in their close relationship, we must go back a few decades in history when 3 of the 7 great world powers, Germany, Italy, and Japan, first succeeded in achieving their internal unity and began to embark on their new national life in a world which had been, for the most part, already appropriated by the more advanced colonial empires. These 3 powers are now calling themselves the have-not nations simply because they came to the world too late. Italian independence, German unity, Japanese restoration being almost contemporaneous events taking place about 1870. Naturally, in their expansionist movements, they turned to those regions which Walter Lippmann once called the stakes of diplomacy, regions vast in territory, rich in resources, but weak in government and in the power of resisting an external aggression. Parts of Africa, Arabia, Persia, the Balkan states, Turkey, and China were among these stakes of diplomacy, where, during the last century, the struggle for colonies and special concessions was very acute and where the law of the jungle reigned almost supreme. It did not require special wisdom to see that an international conflagration was brewing out of these imperialistic struggles. In fact, an international war, a world war, did break out in China in 1900 and was participated in by 8 powers of the world, including Japan and the United States. The Allied forces of these 8 powers stormed the forts of Taku and marched on the ancient capital of Peking, which they occupied for several months. In the meantime, vast hordes of Tsarist Russian armies poured into Manchuria. There were loud outcries of partition of China, and there was imminent danger of a real world war to be fought on the unequal division of spoils in China. That international conflagration at the turn of the century was averted by the gradual working out of an international order in the Far East under the leadership of the Anglo-Saxon peoples. An Englishman, Alfred E. Hip Isley, and an American, William W. Rockhill, worked out the principle of the open-door policy in China, and the American Secretary of State, John Hay, adopted it as early as 1899 and proclaimed it to the world in a series of notes to the various powers interested in China. Throughout the years of the so-called Boxer War and the peace negotiations following it, the American insistence on the open door in China and the British support of that policy had a sobering effect on the more aggressive powers, especially Russia, Germany, and Japan. And the result was the evacuation of the Allied forces after the peace protocol had been signed and put into effect. Thus was China saved from the fate of being the seat of the First World War in the 20th century. The open-door policy has since been the cornerstone of the international order in the Far East. It has been incorporated in all the international agreements affecting China, and it has been regarded as one of the few great principles of the foreign policy of the United States. The principles of the open-door policy are most explicitly stated in the Nine-Power Treaty of 1922, Article 1 of which says, "The contracting powers, other than China, agree." From this statement, we can see that the open-door principle is not merely an economic policy with its sole emphasis on equal opportunity for commerce and industry. It is a political doctrine of great historic significance in that it, as is shown by the first article of the Nine-Power Treaty, stresses the importance of respecting the sovereignty, the independence, and the territorial and administrative integrity of China, and providing the fullest and the most unembarrassed opportunity for China to develop and maintain for herself an effective and stable government. As recent historical scholarship has indicated, the founders of the open-door policy clearly conceived from the very beginning that the economic phase of the open door, namely, equal opportunity of trade, was dependent upon the political independence and territorial and administrative integrity of China. The door of China can be kept open only by an independent, sovereign state of China with a modern government sufficiently effective and stable to protect the rights and interests, not only of China herself, but of the nations having friendly relations with her. This Far Eastern international order, dating back to the end of the last century and receiving its full and unmistakable restatement in the Nine-Power Treaty, naturally became a part of the new post-war world order which, as we all know, not merely stands on the covenant of the League of Nations, but is also supported by a series of other idealistic treaties, such as the treaties of the Washington Conference and the Kellogg-Briand Pacts. It is this international order of the Pacific region, in its older and newer forms, that has been responsible for the sheltering and protection of China throughout the first 3 decades of this century against many a threatening aggression, and for enabling her to work out the necessary steps in her process of developing a modern, effective, and stable government for herself. Under its shielding, China brought about 2 important and fundamental political revolutions, 1911-12 and 1926-27, fought several civil wars and, at least from 1927 on, was beginning seriously to convince the outside world of her ability to develop and maintain for herself a modern national state. She was successfully unifying the country, modernizing her institutions and her means of transportation and communication, and building up a modern national life. But unfortunately, the rise of a modern national state in China was not to the liking of our nearest neighbor, Japan, whose military caste had long believed that Japan had a divine mission to dominate, not only Eastern Asia, but the whole world. These militarists, and in particular the young officers, could not and would not tolerate China's endeavors to build up a unified and modernized state. They were determined to crush nationalistic China before it could attain stability and strength. So 8 years ago, on the evening of September 18, 1931, the Japanese army in Mukden created the Mukden Incident, and in a few months the Japanese troops were occupying the major portion of the 3 eastern provinces of Manchuria. But Japan could not invade China and occupy Chinese territory without at the same time destroying the international order both in the Far East and in the world at large, under which the respect for Chinese sovereignty and territorial integrity had been explicitly pledged and China was solemnly promised the fullest and most unembarrassed opportunity to work out her national development. China naturally appealed to the League of Nations and to the signatories and adherents of the Nine-Power Treaty. What happened during those memorable years of 1931 and 1932, when the League of Nations attempted to mediate for a peaceful settlement of the Sino-Japanese dispute, need not be retold here. Suffice it to say that the world at that time was not prepared to support that international order by curbing the aggressions of Japan. The League pronounced a judgment and proposed a settlement which was tantamount to a surrender to Japan's wishes. But when Japan refused to accept the settlement and withdrew from the League, nothing more was done by the supporters of collective security. When Japan left the League, a German cabinet minister said to the Japanese representative at Geneva, "We don't think you are right, but we thank you for your good example." The good example of Japan has since been successfully followed by other aggressor states in East Africa and Europe. The whole structure of post-war world order, which had cost 8.5 million lives and $200 billion to bring into existence, and under which the nations, the great and strong as well as the small and weak, lived in comparative peace for more than a decade, now rapidly broke down and was finally scrapped when the new European war began 5 months ago. The failure of this new world order in sustaining its own principles during this early stage of the Sino-Japanese dispute doomed it to ultimate downfall. These, then, are the fundamental issues involved in the Sino-Japanese conflict. A new national state of China has arisen and become the object of fear and attack by the Japanese imperialists. In trying to crush nationalistic China, Japan has also destroyed the international order, under the shadow of which the Chinese national state had been growing up and gaining strength. In the place of this international order, Japan's militarists are trying to set up the new order of East Asia, which Mr. Hallett Abend has aptly called the new disorder. Japan's war in China has been going on for more than 8 years. Its latest phase of open and continuous hostilities has been going on for 31 months. After 31 months, China's resistance is as determined as ever before, and the war will go on for many months and possibly years to come, and will be ended only when China can be assured of a just and honorable peace. It is not necessary to remind you that our enemy is bogged down more and more deeply, and has shown some anxiety to terminate the so-called China incident, which has cost Japan 1 million casualties, is killing 1,000 of her men a day without a major frontal battle, and has exhausted her gold reserve in 2 years. Under these circumstances, and with the European war going on, many of our American friends are beginning to think that an early peace may be possible in the Far East. But I wish to point out to these friends that, as far as I can see, there is no prospect of an early peace. Why? Because the Japanese militaristic caste has not yet repented their aggressive policy, and because so far there is no power, either inside Japan or elsewhere in the world, which can bring the militaristic caste to its senses and make it accept a peace that will be just endurable. A just and endurable peace in the Far East must offer satisfactory adjustment to the fundamental issues behind the war. It must fulfill these basic conditions. I repeat, such a just and enduring peace is not in sight, and therefore my people are determined to fight on until such a peace is achieved. The Modernization of China and Japan. Ruth Nanda Anshin, edition, Freedom, Its Meaning. New York, Harcourt, Brace and Company, 1940. Pages 114 to 122. In recent years, I have published some of my reflections on the modernization of Japan and China. What I am now going to state is a summary and restatement of what I have been thinking on this fascinating subject during these years. First of all, we must state the problem of our inquiry. What special aspect of the modernization of China and Japan arouses our curiosity and requires our study and explanation? Generally speaking, there are two aspects of the question that have puzzled the outside world and demanded some explanation. For many decades, down to very recent years, the question often asked was, why was Japan so successful in her task of modernization, and why was China so unsuccessful? That is the first aspect of the question, which has called forth many explanations. But in recent years, the problem has radically changed. After almost a century of hesitation and resistance, China has emerged as a modern nation, not sufficiently westernized, it is true, in her material aspects, but fully modern in her outlook on life and feeling completely at home in the modern world. On the other hand, Japan, after 70 years of apparently rapid modernization, is suddenly discovered by the outside world as having never been transformed in all the fundamental aspects of her national life. Professor G.C. Allen, one of the most sympathetic interpreters of Japan, said, "If the changes in some of the aspects of her, Japan's, life have been far-reaching, the persistence of the traditional in other aspects is equally remarkable. The contrasts between these innovations and the solid core of ancient habit are as striking as ever they were." Professor Emil Lederer and Emmy Lederer-Seidler, in their joint work on Japan in Transition, another most sympathetic interpretation of Japanese life, have dwelt on the most strange phenomenon in Japan, namely, her immunity to the dialectic play of deep-lying evolutionary forces, her being devoid of dialectic and dynamic, and her ancient civilization offering strong resistance to the facile assimilation of foreign elements. In short, the new problem is just the opposite of the older puzzle. It is, why has China at last succeeded in overthrowing her old civilization and in achieving a Chinese Renaissance? And why has Japan, after 7 decades of extraordinarily successful modernization, yet failed to break up her solid core of ancient habit? That is the second aspect of the problem. Any theory that attempts to explain the first set of questions must also explain satisfactorily the second set of questions, and vice versa. 2. In 1933, I was trying to solve the first set of puzzles. Why and how has Japan succeeded, and China failed, to achieve a speedy and orderly cultural readjustment and bring about the modernization necessary for national survival in the New World? The explanation I offered then was that China and Japan had been going through 2 distinct types of cultural response. The modernization in Japan I described as the type of cultural transformation under centralized control made possible by the existence of a powerful ruling class, the feudal militaristic caste, from which came the leaders of the Reformation, who not only decided for the nation what to change and what not to change, but who also had the political power to carry out their decisions. On the other hand, I pointed out, China, because of the non-existence of a ruling class, and because of the thoroughly democratized social structure, could only go through the slow and often wasteful process of cultural transformation through the gradual and diffuse penetration and assimilation of ideas and practices, usually initiating from a few individuals, slowly winning a following, and finally achieving significant changes, when a sufficient number of people are convinced of their superior reasonableness, convenience, or efficacy. The advantages of the Japanese type of modernization under the centralized control of a ruling class are easy to see. It is orderly, economical, continuous, stable, and effective. But I point out, it is not without very important disadvantages. The Japanese leaders undertook this rapid transformation at so early a time that even the most far-sighted of them could only see and understand certain superficial phases of the Western civilization. Many other phases have escaped their attention, and, in their anxiety to preserve their national heritage and to strengthen the hold of the state and the dynasty over the people, they have carefully protected a great many elements of the traditional Japan from the contact and contagion of the new civilization. Much of the traditional medieval culture is artificially protected by a strong shell of militant modernity. Much that is preserved is of great beauty and permanent value, but not a little of it is primitive and pregnant with grave dangers of volcanic eruption. The disadvantages of the Chinese type of cultural changes through gradual diffusion and penetration are numerous. They are slow, sporadic, and often wasteful, because much undermining and erosion are necessary before anything can be changed. But they have also undeniable advantages. They are voluntary. From the lipstick to the literary revolution, from the footwear to the overthrow of the monarchy, all has been voluntary and in a broad sense reasoned. Nothing in China is too sacred to be protected from the contact and contagion of the invading civilization of the West. And no man, nor any class, is powerful enough to protect any institution from this contact and change. In short, this process of long exposure and slow permeation often results in cultural changes, which are both fundamental and permanent. 3. This, in general, was my theory regarding the modernization of China and Japan. Japan was modernized under the powerful leadership and control of a ruling class, and China, because of the non-existence of such control from above, was modernized through the long process of free contact, gradual diffusion, and voluntary following. We may ask, can this theory satisfactorily explain all the four phases of our main inquiry? Can it explain the marvelously rapid westernization of Japan, and at the same time the unchanging solid core of medieval Japan? Can it explain both the long failures and the recent successes in China's modernization? I think not only that it can, but that it is the only hypothesis which can satisfactorily resolve all the apparent contradictions of the problem. According to my theory, the early and rapid successes of the Meiji Reformation were brought about by the effective leadership and powerful control of the ruling class, which happened to coincide with the militaristic class of feudal Japan, and which naturally was most anxious, and at the same time best fitted to undertake the adoption of the Western armaments and methods of warfare. As Professor Lederer has pointed out, it could hardly be foreseen at this early stage that in this case one step leads inexorably to a second. Since a modern military state is possible only on condition that it is an industrialized state, Japan had to develop in that direction. But industrialization, by reason of the economic interrelationship between various types of production, means also the development of branches of industry which are not essential to the conduct of war. Just as militarism reaches beyond itself into industry, so the technological system of industrialism has far-reaching implications for the social system. The leaders of Japanese westernization started out with the desire to adopt Western militarism, and have thereby brought about what Professor Lederer calls the militaristic industrial system. Of all the non-European countries with which the European civilization has come into contact, Japan is the only nation that has successfully learned and mastered that one phase of the Occidental civilization, which is most coveted by all races, namely, its militaristic phase. Japan has succeeded where all these non-European countries have invariably failed. This historical mystery can only be explained by the fact that no other non-European country was so favored with the existence of a militaristic caste, which has been the governing class of the country for over 12 centuries. But this militaristic caste was not an enlightened or intellectual class. Its leaders were courageous, pragmatic, patriotic, and in some cases statesmanlike. But they were limited in their visions, and in their understanding of the new civilization that had knocked at their shores. They thought, just as Lafcadio Hearn thought, that they could build up a Western war machine which should be made to serve as a protective wall behind which all the traditional values of Tokugawa Japan should be preserved unaltered. Unfortunately for Japan and for the world, the military successes of Japan against Russia and China tended to vindicate these narrow-visioned leaders. The result has been an effective artificial protection and solidification of the traditional culture of medieval Japan against the dangerous contact and influence of the new ideas and practices of the ever-changing world. By the use of the modern means of rigidly controlled education, propaganda, and censorship, and by the use of the peculiarly Japanese methods of inculcating the cult of emperor worship, Japan has succeeded in reinforcing and consolidating the solid core of unchanging medieval culture left over from the 250 years of Tokugawa isolation. It was the same centralized leadership and control which made possible the rapid and successful changes in militarization and industrialization, and which has also deliberately protected and solidified the traditional values and made them immune to the dialectic play of deep-lying evolutionary forces. The same theory also explains the history of modernization in China. The early failures in the Chinese attempts at westernization were almost entirely due to the absence of the factors which have made the Japanese Meiji Reformation a success. The Chinese leaders, too, wanted to adopt the Western armaments and methods of warfare, and to build up the new industries. Their slogan was, "Bu Tia Siang," wealth and strength. But there was in China neither the militaristic tradition, nor an effective and powerful governing class to undertake the leadership and direction in such gigantic enterprises. China had come out of feudalism at least 21 centuries ago. The social structure had been thoroughly democratized, and governmental policy, religion, philosophy, literature, and social usage had combined to condemn militarism and despise the soldier. Whereas the samurai was the most highly esteemed class in Japan, the soldier ranked the lowest in the Chinese social scale. Therefore, the new Chinese army and the new Chinese navy of the 80s and 90s of the last century were doomed to failure. With the destruction of the Chinese navy in 1894 to 95, all the new industries, the shipyard, the merchant marine, the government-operated iron and steel industry, which were to feed and support the new war machine, gradually came to naught. The government and the dynasty were thus discredited in their early efforts in modernization. After the failure of the reforms of 1898 and the tragedy of the Boxer Uprising of 1900, the discrediting of the dynasty and the government was complete. From that time on, China's main endeavor was to destroy that center of ignorance and reactionism, the monarchy and its paraphernalia, and then to build up a new center of political authority and leadership. Thus, while Japan's first successes in westernization were achieved under the leadership and control of her feudal militaristic class, China has had to spend 3 or 4 decades in the effort of first removing the monarchy and later destroying the newly arisen militarists. It has been found necessary for China to bring about a political revolution as the precondition for her modernization. In 1911–12, the revolution succeeded in overthrowing the alien rule and the monarchy together with its historical accompaniments. The political revolution was in every sense a social and cultural emancipation. In a country where there is no ruling class, the overthrow of the monarchy destroys the last possibility of a centralized control in social change and cultural transformation. It makes possible an atmosphere of free contact, free judgment, and criticism, free appreciation, free advocacy, and voluntary acceptance. What has been called the Chinese Renaissance is the natural product of this atmosphere of freedom. All the important phases of cultural change in China have been the result of this free contact and free diffusion of new ideas and practices, which are impossible in Japan under rigid dynastic and militaristic taboos. The net outcome is that modern China has undoubtedly achieved more far-reaching and more profound transformations in the social, political, intellectual, and religious life than the so-called modern Japan has ever done in similar fields. I wish to cite one important and fundamental fact as illustration of the character of the cultural change in China. I refer to the spirit of free and fearless criticism which the leaders of China have applied to the study and examination of their own social, political, historical, and religious institutions. It is no accident that all the men who have exerted the greatest influence over the Chinese nation for the last 40 years, Liang Chai-chao, Tsai Yuan-pi, Wu Qingheng, Chen Tu-shu, and others, have been men who know our historical heritage critically, and who have had the moral courage ruthlessly to criticize its evil and weak aspects and to advocate wholehearted changes. Neither Confucius, nor Lao Tse, nor the Buddha, nor Chu Shi, neither the monarchy, nor the family, nor religion, is too sacred to be exempt from their doubt and criticism. A nation that has encouraged honest doubt and free criticism even in matters touching the sacred and most time-honored institutions is achieving a modernity undreamed of by its neighbors, whose intellectual leaders are persecuted and punished for having taught 30 years ago a certain theory of constitutional law, or for having suggested that certain sacred treasures at a certain shrine might be of doubtful authenticity. To sum up, the modernization in China illustrates the view that, in the absence of centralized control from above, cultural changes of basic importance may take place through the process of free contact and slow diffusion. It is the reverse side of what has happened in Japan. The breakdown of the monarchy and its paraphernalia has removed the possibility of artificial protection and solidification of the old culture, which is then thrown open to the natural processes of cultural transformation through free contact and voluntary acceptance. 4. If I have any moral to present, it is this: freedom of contact and choice is the most essential condition for cultural diffusion and change. Wherever two civilizations come into contact, there are natural tendencies, or laws, of one people learning and borrowing from the other what each lacks or recognizes as a superior utility or beauty. These natural tendencies of cultural diffusion will have free play if only the peoples are allowed free contact with the new ideas and practices. Where such freedom is denied to a people, where artificial isolation and solidification are consciously and effectively carried out with regard either to a whole culture or to certain specially prized aspects of it, there arises the strange phenomenon of the solid core of ancient habit, devoid of dialectic and dynamic, such as has been found in present-day Japan. There is really no mystery in this unchanging Japan after 70 years of marvelously rapid change in the militaristic industrial system. There is no truth in the theory, for example, that the Japanese civilization has been able to resist change because it has its peculiar vitality and has attained the completed perfection of its forms. The fashion of men's dress in the Western world does not change so rapidly as that of women. Can we say that men's dress has achieved special vitality and the completed perfection of form? In the same way, sitting on the floor, for example, was discarded in China so long ago that historians have difficulty in dating the first use of chairs and tables. But the Japanese to this day continue to sit on the floor. That does not mean the custom of sitting on the floor has any special vitality or has attained completed perfection of form. Nor is there much truth in the view that the Japanese are naturally clumsy in understanding and conservative in their outlook. Lack of understanding never prevents a people from accepting new fads. Japan probably never understood the various schools of Buddhism when she accepted them. Certainly China did not understand some of them when she adopted them. Besides, a people can always learn. European observers in the 17th century recorded that the Japanese knew nothing of mathematics, more especially of its deeper and speculative parts. But we now know the Japanese can become accomplished mathematicians. As to their native conservatism, the history of early Japanese contacts with Korea, China, and Europe only proves the contrary. They learned from these foreign peoples everything they could learn, not excluding things affecting their social, political, and religious institutions. In recording the success of the Jesuits in Japan, Sansom said, "Though a number of their converts were beyond all doubt genuine to the point of fanaticism, and adhered to their new faith in the face of great danger, one cannot but suspect that it had, by one of those crazes which have often swept over Japan, become the fashion to ape the customs of foreigners, including their religion. We know that rosaries and crucifixes were eagerly bought and worn by many who were modish to wear foreign clothes and to be able to recite a Latin prayer. I cannot therefore escape the conclusion that it will be the element of freedom that may yet some day break down the solid core of ancient habit in Japan, just as it has already broken it down in China." China's Power of Resistance. The Carnegie Magazine. November, 1941. Volume 15. Number 6. Pages 163 to 171. I am very glad to be here tonight to celebrate Founders' Day in honor of Andrew Carnegie, who did so much for peace in the world. This beautiful Carnegie Institute has always devoted itself to the founders' ideals of a common brotherhood and the establishment of the peace and security of all men. By the first week of November, Japan's war in China will be 52 months old. China has been fighting for 4 years and 4 months. You will probably ask me how it is possible for China to fight on so long under such great handicaps against such a formidable foe. China's 4 years' fight against Japanese aggression has been called a modern miracle, and I shall devote my allotted time to an explanation of the factors which have made this miracle possible. In brief, there are 5 main factors which have made up China's sustaining power. 1. Space. 2. Number. 3. Historical unity. 4. Internal reconstruction. 5. External aid. First, space. China has the rich inheritance of vast space to move about in. After 10 years of intermittent war, and especially after 4 years of large-scale hostilities, our enemy can barely claim to have occupied more than 10% of China's territory. Generalissimo Chiang Kai-shek has told the world that the principle of his strategy in the war against Japan is to trade space for time. The spatial factor has been most important in China's ability to bog down the Japanese invader and gain 4 years' time. This factor of space was not fully understood until Hitler's blitzkrieg succeeded in conquering more than a dozen European countries in the brief space of a few months. Those countries in Western and Northern Europe and in the Balkans have fallen one after another because, among other things, they were lacking sufficient space with which to trade for time. The recent success of Soviet Russia in so far withholding the onslaught of the German panzer divisions has furnished fresh proof that the most effective weapon against a blitzkrieg is time, and time can only be gained by means of vast space and large manpower. The second factor is number, that is, vast population as actual and potential supply of manpower. In all these 4 years, China has suffered great military reverses in the face of superior mechanized armies of the invader, but, because of our numerical superiority, the enemy has never been able to encircle or trap any large Chinese army. And we have been able to utilize the time gained in training more and more new divisions and new officers, so that even the Japanese military high command states that Generalissimo Chiang Kai-shek still has at least 3 million trained soldiers under his command. That is to say, even our enemy admits that the size of the Chinese army, not counting the vast guerrilla forces, is greater today than it was 4 years ago when the war started. And we are confident that a nation of 70 million Japanese can never conquer a nation of 450 million. The third factor is our historical national unity. It is not true, as you have been frequently told, that China has been unified by the Japanese invasion and by 4 years of war. Such a miracle cannot happen in so short a time. Let it be said once, and for all, that the Chinese national unity has been of 21 centuries making. China was unified into an empire about 200 BC. During these last 21 centuries and a half, there have been short periods of separation and of foreign invasion. But broadly speaking, the Chinese people have been living continuously for over 21 centuries under one empire, one government, one system of law, one written language, one form of education, and one historical culture. This continuity of unified national life has no parallel in the history of any race, nation, or continent, so that it is rarely fully appreciated by the foreign observer, who often writes about Chinese disunity during the first 2 decades of the Republic, and fails to grasp the fundamental feeling of national unity behind, and in spite of the internal political strife. It is this age-long sense of historical unity that is now holding the whole country together, inspiring the people to fight on most heroically for the deliverance of their country from the invader, comforting them in their adversity and misery, and making it possible for millions of them patiently to bear great humiliation and agony in enemy-occupied territory, never despairing that final victory would be with their long-lived fatherland. The fourth factor in China's sustaining power has been a whole decade of internal reconstruction. As you will remember, Japanese war of aggression in China was actually started 10 years ago, in September 1931, by her invasion in Manchuria. At that time, China was caught totally unprepared to fight an enemy who happened to be a first-rate military and naval power. Our leaders fully realized that as soon as a large-scale war began, China would have to lose all the modern cities on the eastern and southeastern coast and possibly all along the lower half of the Yangtze River, and to face defenselessly a rigid blockade by the powerful navy of the enemy. Therefore, during those years of apparent appeasement, our leaders were not only drilling, training, equipping, and, as far as possible, modernizing our army units, but were also taking important steps in mapping out a long-term economic and industrial reconstruction in the vast hinterland of China's west and southwest in anticipation of the imminent war and naval blockade. The first step in this direction was to build railroads and highways toward the west, northwest, and southwest. A great network of motor roads has been built up during these 10 years, which includes the transcontinental highway to Russia and the famous Burma Road. Only recently, F. Tillman Durden of the New York Times reported from Burma on the wonderful feat of the Burma Road. I quote a few sentences from his dispatch to give you a picture of China's achievement in the field of interior transportation. The Burma Road, says Mr. Durden, has never been adequately described. Built almost entirely by hand labor, the road is a staggering achievement and without doubt the greatest highway construction feat of modern times. It twists over seemingly impassable 18,000-foot mountains and finds its way through 3,000-foot gorges. At places, the road has been chiseled into the face of sheer mountainside, with thousands of feet of canyon below. The southern section runs through the worst malarial jungles in the world. Equally important was the step to establish modern industrial plants in the interior. Shortly before the outbreak of the war, the government took the decisive step in dismantling more than 400 factories and transporting their mechanical equipment to the interior, including the equipment of machine works, metallurgical plants, chemical works, cotton mills, flour mills, and paper factories. The total weight of the machinery thus transported with government help amounted to over 70,000 tons. In addition, blast furnaces, iron and steel furnaces, and other related materials necessary for the steel industry were also sent into the interior. In order to feed the planned industries in the interior, mining equipment, including hoisting, pumping, and other equipment, was transported from the great mines of Honan into the southwestern provinces in order that coal mines may be operated with more up-to-date equipment. The total weight of these materials from the mines and the furnaces thus transported was about 50,000 tons. To supplement these transported plants, the government also started a number of new factories including electrolytic copper plants, electrical apparatus factories, and machine works. This new equipment totaled over 10,000 tons in weight. It took from 1 year to 2 years to transport, set up, and operate these factories in the hitherto unindustrialized interior. They are widely distributed in the vast interior, in localities unknown even to myself, and are now in full operation. It is these almost miraculously transported and transplanted factories which have been making arms for our defensive warfare, feeding the mechanical needs of our vast war machine, mining our old and new mines, and producing chemicals, textiles, flour, and paper for the military and civilian needs of Free China. These measures for building up a vast system of communication and transportation and for the industrialization of the interior provinces constitute the fourth factor of China's power of resistance, the reconstruction of the Great West. The last, but not the least, factor is external assistance to China. It is no exaggeration to say that China has been able to fight on all these years, because we have been able to receive important assistance from our friends abroad. Throughout these years we have been receiving aid in one form or another from Soviet Russia, Great Britain, the United States, and France before her collapse. This assistance has taken various forms, sometimes in the form of loans or commercial credits, sometimes in the form of military supplies purchased under barter, sometimes in the direction of maintaining our air routes and trade routes for our communication with the outside world, and for transportation of our exports and imports, and sometimes in the form of economic embargo of important military and industrial supplies and materials against our enemy. Of these four friendly powers aiding China, the United States has been most consistent and generous in her policy of giving assistance to countries resisting aggression. Even in those early days of isolation sentiment and neutrality legislation, the American government took great pains in searching for ways and means to help China in her distress. The first American aid came in the form of purchasing Chinese silver, which gave my people the first source of foreign exchange with which to buy our war supplies in America. The second aid was the commercial credit of $25 million given to China in December 1938, at a time when China had just lost Canton and Hankou, and was probably at the lowest ebb in her national morale. Since that first loan, there have followed the $20 million commercial credit of April 1940, the $25 million commercial credit of September 1940, and the $100 million loan of December 1940. The total sum of American credits and loans to China since December 1938 amounts to $170 million. In addition to these forms of financial aid, the United States government has taken other steps which have proven as effective as these loans in helping China and curbing her enemy. These steps include the various forms of limited embargo of essential war materials against Japan. A very important step was taken in March 1941, when Congress passed the Leaseland Act and appropriated $7 billion to carry out the national policy of giving material assistance to the countries resisting aggression. In one of his historic speeches, President Roosevelt said, "China shall have our help." During these several months, China has been receiving important material assistance under the Leaseland Act. A special mission of military and technical experts under the leadership of Brigadier General John Magruder has gone to Chongqing to take charge of the Leaseland materials at the China end. Another, and probably the most important step in this direction was undertaken by the American government in the last days of July, when Japanese assets in this country were ordered frozen, all aviation gasoline and motor fuel, and all oil products from which these could be derived were placed under embargo, and Japanese commerce and shipping with this country were virtually entirely stopped. This last economic pressure on Japan has been made more effective by the support and parallel action of the entire British Empire and the Netherlands East Indies. This most effective economic weapon against Japanese aggression, which American public opinion had been advocating all these years, has now been in full operation for about 6 weeks. It is already beginning to show important effects on the national life and militaristic tempo of Japan. for Japan is a nation most vulnerable to this economic embargo. While she can manufacture most of her weapons of war, she is extremely lacking in the raw materials with which to manufacture these weapons. She is also lacking in oil and motor fuel. 75% of her oil has been coming from the United States. More than half of her imported iron ore and scrap iron and steel also came from America. From this country came also over 80% of her imported raw cotton. As recently as 1939, 57% of her imported machines and machine tools came from the United States, the remaining 43% coming from Germany, Britain, and other countries. An American embargo, supported by the British and the Dutch East Indies governments on all these vital materials, is therefore the most powerful weapon to curb the aggressive and destructive power of Japan. I am quite confident that the American people, once fully realizing the wonderful efficacy of this economic weapon, will not lightly relax or abandon it until its enforcement has succeeded in driving home to the Japanese military and the Japanese people the plain lesson that aggression does not pay and war is suicide. These, then, are the 5 factors which go to make up China's power of resistance. We still have the vast space. We still have the unlimited manpower. Our historical sense of national unity has gone through a new baptism of fire and blood, and has come out of it more solid and more unshakable than ever. Our internal economic and industrial reconstruction in the interior is showing more and better results every month. We are making more arms and producing more goods for export and home consumption. And on top of all these, the whole international situation has turned more and more in our favor and against the enemy. The political isolation and moral ostracizing of Japan has long been completed by her own action. And the economic encirclement and strangling of Japan is now being completed, again, by her own action. China has long left her Valley Forge, and is now confidently marching on to her final victory at her Yorktown. Factors necessary for a durable peace in the Pacific area. A Chinese View. Francis J. McConnell et al., A Basis for the Peace to Come. New York, Abingdon Cokesbury Press, 1942. Pages 115 to 125. Over 2 years ago, in October 1939, in a speech before the China Society in America, I said that a just and durable peace in the Far East must fulfill these basic conditions. 1. It must not result in vindicating any territorial gain or economic advantage acquired by the use of brutal force in open violation of international law and solemnly pledged treaty obligations. 2. It must satisfy the legitimate demands of the Chinese people for an independent, unified, and strong national state. 3. It must restore and greatly strengthen the international order for the Pacific area and in the world at large so that orderly international relationships may always prevail and aggressive wars may not recur. More than 2 years have since passed, and the world has radically changed. But I still think that these 3 fundamental principles sum up the factors necessary for a durable peace in the Pacific area. So I shall present these 3 points as a basis for discussion and criticism by this distinguished assembly. The first point is merely a reaffirmation of the Stimson doctrine of non-recognition, which was stated in the United States government's note to China and Japan on January 7, 1932, as follows. The American government does not intend to recognize any situation, treaty, or agreement which may be brought about by means contrary to the covenants and obligations of the Pact of Paris of August 27, 1928, to which treaty both China and Japan, as well as the United States, are parties. This principle of non-recognition was adopted by the Assembly of the League of Nations on March 11, 1932, when it unanimously passed the following resolution proposed by the British government. The Assembly declares that it is incumbent upon the members of the League of Nations not to recognize any situation, treaty, or agreement which may be brought about by means contrary to the covenant of the League of Nations or to the Pact of Paris. This principle was reaffirmed by the League of Nations on February 24, 1933, when in adopting the Lytton Report it declared that its members will continue not to recognize this regime, the puppet regime in Manchuria, either de jure or de facto. Since 1933, the same doctrine has been applied to similar situations created by aggressor states in other parts of the world. In its specific application to the original dispute in the Far East, this principle means the non-recognition of the puppet regime in Manchuria. Clearly, the same principle should now apply to any situation, treaty, or agreement brought about by means contrary to international law and solemnly pledged treaty obligations. This should include not only the puppet regimes in Manchuria, Peiping, Nanking, and other occupied areas of China, but also any situation, or treaty, or agreement that may be brought about by the aggressors in any other parts of the Pacific area, or in any other parts of the world. It is to be noted, however, that the principle of non-recognition was proclaimed by the American government and by the League of Nations at a time when the war-weary world was not prepared to take more positive action to curb armed aggression and help its victims to redress the injuries already done to them. Non-recognition is a negative doctrine with a positive purpose. As Mr. Henry L. Stimson himself has said in his famous letter to the late Senator Borah of February 23, 1932, if a similar decision should be reached and a similar position taken by the other governments of the world, a caveat will be placed upon such aggressive and law-breaking action which, we believe, will effectively bar the legality hereafter of any title or right sought to be obtained by pressure or treaty violation, and which, as has been shown by history in the past, will eventually lead to the restoration to China of rights and titles of which she may have been deprived. 10 long years have passed, and the civilized world is now better prepared to take a more positive stand on this issue of armed aggression and international brigandage. Thus, the Atlantic Charter in its 2nd and 3rd articles goes much further than the doctrine of non-recognition. Second, they desire to see no territorial changes that do not accord with the freely expressed wishes of the peoples concerned. Third, they respect the right of all peoples to choose the form of government under which they will live, and they wish to see sovereign rights and self-government restored to those who have been forcibly deprived of them. I willingly and gladly accept these 2 articles as positive amplifications of my first principle. In specific application, this first condition therefore means the complete restoration to Chinese sovereignty and government of all the territories of Manchuria, Jehol, Chahar, Suiyuan, as well as the occupied parts of North, Central, and South China. And this also means that, at the peace conference at the end of the war, the wishes of the 22 million people in Korea should be given a fair hearing and just consideration, and steps should be taken to see sovereign rights and self-government restored to these people. 2. The second principle I have proposed, namely, that a durable peace must satisfy the legitimate demands of the Chinese people for an independent, unified, and strong national state, needs no detailed explanation to such a learned assembly. An independent, unified, and strong national state of China means a sovereign China free from all forms of so-called political and economic cooperation and collaboration, which her aggressive neighbor has been forcing upon her, free from the remaining legal or extraterritorial restrictions that have survived from the early relations between China and the foreign countries seeking to trade with her, free from domination and control by any foreign power, free, in the words of the Nine-Power Treaty, to develop and maintain for herself an effective and stable government, free, in the words of the Atlantic Charter, to choose the form of government under which the people will live. To this distinguished assembly, it is unnecessary to defend this thesis except by way of pointing out that the central idea in the traditional Far Eastern policy of the Anglo-Saxon powers throughout the last 40 years has always been a desire to see China develop into an independent, unified, modernized, and strong national state as the stabilizing force for the peace and prosperity of the entire Pacific area. The American and British statesmen who formulated the open door policy in China at the turn of the century apparently had a clear conception of the dangers of an international war which was certain to come on the Asiatic continent and in the Pacific area if and when the sovereignty and the territorial and administrative integrity of China could not be preserved. They saw clearly that the principle of equality of economic opportunity was dependent upon the political independence and territorial and administrative integrity of China. They saw clearly that the door of China could be kept open only by an independent, sovereign state of China with a modern government sufficiently stable and effective to protect the rights and interests not only of China herself, but also of all nations having friendly relations with her. This fundamental concept seems to have consciously motivated and inspired all successive stages in the development of the open door policy in China, from the John Hay Notes of 1899 to 1900 down to the Nine-Power Treaty and the other treaties of the Washington Conference of 1921 to 22. Because a weak, disorganized, and backward China would always be a temptation to the territorial designs of aggressive powers, and therefore constitute a constant source of danger to the peace of the Far East, the China policy of the Anglo-Saxon powers has consistently and consciously aimed at the setting up of an international arrangement which should provide to China the fullest and most unembarrassed opportunity to develop and maintain for herself an effective and stable government. Viewed in the light of history, however, this policy has suffered from one fundamental and inherent weakness, namely, that it is essentially, in the words of Mr. Henry L. Stimson, a covenant of self-denial among the signatory powers in the deliberate renunciation of any policy of aggression in China. As there is no provision for effective sanctions against possible violations, the whole structure of Far Eastern peace breaks down whenever a strong and selfish power refuses to be bound by this covenant of self-denial. The history of the last 10 years clearly demonstrates that determined and premeditated aggression cannot be checked by voluntary pledges of self-denial, and may at any moment break out, wreck the entire peace structure of the Pacific area, and endanger the peace and order of the whole world. An independent, unified, modernized, and strong China is therefore an indispensable condition for an enduring peace in the Pacific area. A China strong enough to resist unprovoked aggression, and defend her own territory and political independence. Such a China can and will serve as the most reliable and effective guarantee of the peace and prosperity of the Far East. Such a China will be able to keep her doors open to all nations seeking to trade with her on terms of equality and justice. Such a China will be able to participate fully in carrying out the greater, open door, policy proclaimed in the 4th and 5th Articles of the Atlantic Charter, namely. Fourth, they will endeavor, with due respect for their existing obligations, to further the enjoyment by all states, great or small, victor or vanquished, of access, on equal terms, to the trade and to the raw materials of the world which are needed for their economic prosperity. Fifth, they desire to bring about the fullest collaboration between all nations in the economic field with the object of securing, for all, improved labor standards, economic adjustment, and social security. 3. The third condition necessary for a durable peace in the Pacific area, I believe, is the restoration, strengthening, and reinforcing of the international order for the Pacific area and for the world in general, so that orderly international relationships may always prevail and recurrence of aggressive wars may no longer be possible. This newly restored international order must have overwhelming power for the enforcement of peace. You will agree with me that during the years between the First and Second World Wars there actually existed an international order both for the Far East and for the larger world, a real world order founded on a series of highly idealistic international covenants, treaties, and agreements, including the Covenant of the League of Nations, the treaties of the Washington Conference, and the Pact of Paris. The peace structure in the Pacific area, which dates back to the earlier pronouncements on the open door policy, and which primarily centers around the Nine-Power Treaty and the other treaties of the Washington Conference. This international order of the Pacific area has been linked with the larger world order by the Covenant of the League and the Pact of Paris. The events of the last 10 years have proved beyond any doubt that there was a fundamental weakness common to the general international order and the Far Eastern peace structure. Neither had the power or force to enforce its own peace and order. That international order was a reality as long as it was not subjected to any severe test by determined and forcible violation. It became sham and pretense when it was challenged and was found powerless to enforce its own law and order. The moral of the tragic events of the last decade should be plain to all. The moral is that peace must presuppose an effectively maintained order or rule of law, and that law and order do not mean the absence of force, but, on the contrary, are always dependent upon some effective form of organized power for their maintenance and enforcement. The moral, in short, is that peace must have power to enforce itself. Without this essential element of enforcement, all law and order are empty words. Therefore, the New World Order which we want to see set up as the necessary condition or precondition for a durable peace in the Pacific area, or in any other part of the earth, must be a league to enforce peace. It must be, in the words of President A. Lawrence Lowell, some kind of international organization based upon the principle of a threat of overwhelming power to prevent aggressive war. This new world order must command a sufficient amount of organized force to support its law and judgment, and thereby effectively to enforce peace. Its provisions for economic and military sanctions against all possible violations of peace and order must be so clear and so unmistakable that no evasion of responsibility will be possible, and that both aid to outraged victims and penalty to the aggressors will not be unduly delayed. In the above discussion, I have purposely stressed the idea of overwhelming power or force for the enforcement of peace and order. The old idea of balance of power seems now untenable, because a balance of power can be easily upset by a slight preponderance of force or a new combination of forces on any one side. The peace of the community, both nationally and internationally, can be maintained only when the organized force of the whole community is placed overwhelmingly on the side of the law and the public safety. I want, therefore, a new world order which will devote its first efforts to the organization of the post-war world for the effective enforcement of international peace and order. All other ornamental things such as intellectual cooperation or technical cooperation can wait. First things must come first. What has been outlined above seems to conform in general to the plan of peace contained in the 6th, 7th, and 8th Articles of the Atlantic Charter, which hopes to see established a peace which will afford to all nations the means of dwelling in safety within their own boundaries. I am particularly interested in the 8th Article, which proposes that it is essential to disarm those nations which threaten or may threaten aggression outside of their frontiers. I am sure that my government and people will heartily support the disarming of Japan as one of the necessary factors in the maintenance and enforcement of peace in the Pacific area. And I am also in hearty support of the idea expressed in the 8th Article of the Atlantic Charter that they will aid and encourage all other practical measures which will lighten for peace-loving peoples the crushing burden of armaments. But I venture to suggest that the most practical measure to lighten the burden of armaments and to establish lasting peace in the world is not through the abandonment of the use of force, but through pooling and organizing the overwhelming forces of the peace-loving peoples for the sole purpose of enforcing the peace and collective security of the world. China's Fighting Strength and Fighting Faith. China Monthly. April, 1942. Volume 3. Number 5. Pages 4 to 5. My friends, I come to you in the midst of news reports most disheartening to all the United Nations. As President Roosevelt has warned us, there is peril ahead for us all and sorrow for many. The Prime Minister of Great Britain has also warned us that many misfortunes, severe torturing losses, remorseless and gnawing anxieties lie before us. In this dark hour, I ask you to think of your old friend and new ally, China. In his recent broadcast to the Empire and to the Allied nations, Prime Minister Churchill spoke of China's heroic and single-handed fight against the Japanese aggressor, and said, "This should be a comfort and reassurance." I too want you to think of China's heroic fight as a comfort and reassurance. My people have been fighting Japanese aggression for 4 years and 8 months, longer than the Civil War in the United States, longer than the First World War. Indeed, Japanese invasion into China began over 10 years ago. It began in September 1931. A peaceful and peace-loving people, caught ill-armed and ill-supplied with munitions, was at last forced to take up the fight for its independence and freedom, indeed, for its very existence. In the first 15 months of the war, China lost all the important coast and river cities, all the modern centers of industry and manufacture, and all direct accesses to the sea. The government lost over 90% of its revenue. Tens of millions of people were made homeless, jobless, and penniless. War casualties were tremendous, and civilian suffering was terrific. Financial distress was extreme. Yet, with no money, with very little modern equipment, and with no direct access to the sea, my people have fought on for 56 long months. You will ask me, how did you do it? What are the main factors which make up China's fighting power? As we look back, we can see there are many factors which have enabled us to fight on so long and, on the whole, so well. First, there is the factor of large space to move about in, and large space to trade for time. After all these years of war, our enemy can scarcely claim to have effectively occupied 10% of Chinese territory. Second, there is the factor of large numbers, large population as actual and potential supply of manpower. Because of our numerical superiority, our enemy has never been able to trap any large army. In all these 4 years and 8 months, you have never read of the surrender of any Chinese army. And the size of our army today is much greater than it was 4.5 years ago. Thirdly, there is our age-long sense of national unity, which is the result of our living together continuously for over 21 centuries in a unified empire life under one government, one system of codified law, and one system of uniform national civil service. Fourthly, there is our capacity for hard work. Without modern tools, my people have built up thousands of miles of highways in the interior by hand labor, in some cases, as in parts of the famous Burma Road, they literally chiseled a road into the face of sheer mountainside with thousands of feet of canyon below. And my people have moved thousands of tons of machinery and industrial equipment into the interior, most of this weight being carried on human backs and human shoulders. And fifthly, there is the factor of friendly assistance by all our friends abroad, assistance from Soviet Russia, the British Empire, the United States, and France before her collapse. Before December 8, 1941, this international aid had taken all forms, short of war. From financial and material aid to China to effective economic embargo against Japan, these various forms of international assistance have been invaluable in strengthening our fighting power and morale. But above all these, and behind all these, there was another and the most essential factor, namely, China's patient and unfaltering faith in the ultimate triumph of her just cause. From the very beginning, the leaders of China clearly realized and repeatedly warned the peace-loving nations that Japan's aggression in China, if unchecked, would surely result in wrecking the new international order then existing, and would sooner or later involve the whole world in a second world war. In those years of international complacency and isolationism, very few people took seriously our warning that Japan's war in China would surely develop into a second world conflagration, and that my people were in reality fighting the first battles of that world war. But my people never doubted that the aggressive acts of our enemy would sooner or later force the British Empire, and even the United States to fight on the side of China. On October 1, 1937, in a speech at San Francisco, broadcast over the Columbia system, I said to my American friends, "In this world of ours, war as well as peace is indivisible. Any war that is fought on for a sufficiently long period will not fail to gradually involve many other nations into it. Neither neutrality nor pacifism will ever succeed in keeping you out of it. And the same stupidity of the militarists of an aggressor nation which forced you into the last war will not be lacking to drag you into the present one." On December 4, 1938, in a speech in New York City, I said again, "The final victory of China must depend upon two things. First, she must fight on, and she has no choice but to fight on. Second, in her prolonged war, the time may come when the international situation may turn in her favor and against her enemy. I have cited these words to show what I mean by China's fighting faith, which has formed the backbone of her fighting morale. For a long time, this faith was ridiculed by many as a daydream, as wishful thinking. Let me assure you that a wishful thinking becomes a living faith when millions of people are willing to fight and die for it. China has had to fight for 2 years and 2 months before the European war broke out. She had to fight fully 4 years before the United States and the British Empire began to enforce a complete economic embargo against Japan. She has had to fight 4 years and 5 months before the treacherous acts of Japan forced you and the other Anglo-Saxon democracies to declare war on her. The tide has now turned. The faith of my people has been vindicated. China is no longer fighting alone, but with 25 allies on her side. But victory is not yet in sight. A long and hard war still faces your nation, my nation, and all our allies. But we have not the slightest doubt about the ultimate, and not too distant victory of our common fight against our common foes. China, too, is fighting to defend a way of life. Pamphlet. San Francisco, The Grabhorn Press. July, 1942. 17 pages. The issue at stake, as far as the Western world and the Western civilization are concerned, is, therefore, despotism versus democracy. It is freedom versus oppression and peace versus the lust for conquest by brute force. Now, the issue at stake in the Pacific is exactly the same issue which faces you in the Western world. It is the issue of the totalitarian way of life versus the democratic way of life. It is freedom and peace versus oppression and aggression. Just as in the West the issue is focused on a conflict between Nazi Germany and the Western European and the Anglo-Saxon democracies, so is the issue in the Pacific best symbolized by the conflict between Japan and China. The conflict between China and Japan is basically a conflict between the way of freedom and peace and the way of despotic oppression and militaristic and imperialistic aggression. The best way to understand this basic conflict in the Pacific is to remember these plain historical facts in contrast. These contrasting historical facts are of the greatest significance in the life and civilization of China and Japan. They have shaped and molded the national life and institutions of these two peoples. In short, they have made China a democratic and peaceful country, and Japan a totalitarian and militaristic nation. 2. Let us have a look at historic China and see how it has worked out its free, democratic, and peaceful ways of life. China was unified into a great empire in 221 BC. Before the unification, there had been a long period when there existed many separate and independent states, some of which developed into great powers. It was during this period of separate and contending states, especially during the period from 600 to 200 BC, that Chinese thought and culture attained their creative development and full flowering comparable to the Hellenic period of Western thought and civilization. It is from this period of original and creative intellectual and philosophical development that China has derived the ideas and ideals of free, democratic, and peaceful life. Of these philosophical foundations for a democratic China, I shall mention only a few. First, there was the ideal of laissez-faire, wu wei, as the highest form of government. Lao Tzu and his followers taught that the best government is one whose presence is least felt by the people, and that the worst government is one which is feared by the people. Follow nature. Nature does nothing, and yet there is nothing it does not accomplish. Second, there was the ideal of universal peace taught by MOT and the MO school. MOT condemned all wars and devoted his whole life to the teaching of the will of God, which he interpreted as love for all men and peace among all nations. Thirdly, there was the ideal of a classless society to be brought about through the infinite teachability of men. Men, said Confucius, are near one another by nature, but practice sets them apart. Only the wisest and the most idiotic cannot be changed. With education, there is no class. Fourthly, there was the ancient tradition of free speech and frank political criticism. A statesman of the 8th century BC is said to have laid down this wise dictum: to gag the voice of the people is more dangerous than to dam the flow of a river. The wise manager of the river deepens its basin and facilitates its flow. The wise ruler of men encourages them to speak out freely. A little classic, the Book of Filial Piety, has this saying of Confucius: if an emperor has 7 outspoken ministers, he could not lose his empire in spite of his misdeeds. If a prince of a feudal state has 5 outspoken ministers, he could not lose his state in spite of his misdeeds. Therefore, in the face of a wrong or unrighteousness, it is the duty of the son to oppose his father, and the duty of the minister to oppose his sovereign. Fifthly, there was the conscious recognition of the people as of the supreme importance in a state, and there was the scriptural justification of rebellion against tyrannical government. Mencius said, the people are of the first importance. The state comes next. The ruler is the least important. When a ruler treats his people like grass and dirt, then the people should regard him as a bandit and enemy. On such democratic and revolutionary grounds, Mencius held that the rebellion of the people against tyrannical government, and even the killing of despotic rulers, by the people were justifiable. Sixthly, there was the ideal of equitable distribution of wealth in society. He who rules a state, said Confucius, should worry not about the poverty of the people, but about the inequality in distribution. For with equitable distribution, there is no poverty. These are some of the theoretical and philosophical foundations for a peaceful and democratic China. All these ideas and ideals have come down to us from the great thinkers of that first period of Chinese intellectual maturity, before the 3rd century BC. My friend Dr. A. W. Hummel, chief of the Division of Orientalia, the Library of Congress, in commenting on the democratic doctrines of Mencius, says, the surprising thing is that these revolutionary utterances, and many like them, could survive through more than 20 centuries of monarchical rule, and that the classics containing them should have been used in the competitive civil service examinations for the selection of government officials. Many of these philosophical ideals of the classical age have been put into practice and become institutionalized in the 21 centuries of unified empire life. A huge unified empire has made peace a possibility and laissez-faire a necessity. The Chinese empire of the 2nd century BC was almost as big as China is today. To govern such a large empire without modern means of communication and transportation was no easy matter. The founders of the First Empire tried to govern it in a militaristic and totalitarian way and failed miserably. The empire lasted only 15 years and was overthrown by a revolution. The Second or Han Empire lasted 400 years. The statesmen had learned from history and were determined to establish a reign of peace by gradually developing a permanent system of civilian government and by consciously practicing the political philosophy of a way of laissez-faire. There was a conscious attempt to let the people learn to enjoy the benefits of a unified empire life without undue interference by the government. The system of civilian government and laissez-faire policy, worked out during the long reign of the Han Empire, has been more or less continued by the later dynasties throughout the ages. Peace and practical disarmament have been possible in a country comparatively free from the dangers of foreign invasion by strong and militaristic neighbors. Even the few disastrous invasions by the nomadic and warlike tribes from the north never taught China the necessity of armament and militarization. Governmental policy, philosophy, religion, and literature have conspired to condemn war and the arts of war. Peace and laissez-faire have been conducive to the development of individual freedom, local autonomy, and self-government. There has grown up in China an inveterate tradition of political individualism almost anarchistic in its solicitous avoidance of governmental action and control. This ideal is best expressed in the Chinese proverb, "I begin to work at sunrise. I rest at sunset." It is also best expressed in the famous song, "Heaven is high. The emperor is far away. I drill my own well and get my drink. I plow my field and get my food. What has the emperor's power to do with me?" That is a free and democratic ideal possible only under a laissez-faire policy of government. 2. With the early discarding of feudal society, there was abolished the institution of primogeniture throughout the empire. It was a conscious policy of the statesmen of the Han Empire to encourage the division of big family estates equally among the male heirs. From titled nobility down to the plain merchant and farmer, it has become the accepted custom throughout the ages to divide the family property equally among the male heirs. No great family can stand 3 generations of equal subdivision. 21 centuries of absence of feudalism and primogeniture have brought about an equalization of wealth and landed property, and gradual democratization of the social structure. 3. Chinese society was further democratized through 20 centuries of civil service examinations. These examinations originated in the demand for men who knew the classical language of ancient China, the language of Confucius and Mencius, which, though no longer spoken by the people, had become the necessary medium for empire communication and for all scholarly writings. As education gradually spread, and as the system of civil service came to be more firmly established, the examinations were open to more and more people who were prepared to take them. In the course of time, the examinations became the only legitimate and the only respectable channel of civic advancement, through which sons of the poorest families could steadily rise to the highest offices in the empire. As the subject matter of the examinations was, in later ages, largely confined to the 4 books of Confucianism, it was possible for promising and ambitious youths of the poor and lowly homes to acquire a classical education and pass the examinations. The development of the civil service examinations was an institutional embodiment of the Confucianist ideal that, with education there is no class. For, just as China fought the battle of equality through the early abolition of primogeniture and through the system of open and competitive examinations for the civil service, so has she fought the battle of freedom through the peculiarly Chinese institution of censorial control of the government. The institution of censors dates back to very ancient times, when courageous ministers braved the wrath of despotic rulers by their outspoken advices. In later ages, the right of petition was enjoyed not only by the censoria tribunal, but by all officials above a certain rank. And there grew up a semi-religious tradition under which even the most notorious despots dared not subject the outspoken censors to severe punishments. Tolerance to outspoken censure has always been regarded as a supreme virtue of the ruler. And those great censors who lost their lives or suffered severe penalties at the hands of tyrannical rulers were always honored and even deified by the nation as great heroes who championed the interests of the people against tyranny and misrule. But the most important and most positive phase of China's fight for freedom has been in her intellectual life and tradition. Independent thinking and courageous skepticism have always been the characteristics of the best periods of Chinese thought. Confucius, the sanest of Chinese thinkers, laid down this sagacious rule. Learning without thinking leads to confusion. Thinking without learning is perilous. Knowledge, said Confucius, is to know that you know, and to know that you don't know. It is this great tradition of reasonable skepticism which has made possible the free and critical spirit of Chinese thinking. Wang Cheng, who lived in the 1st century A.D., boldly subjected all the religious and occult ideas and beliefs of his age to a highly scientific technique of philosophical criticism. This critical spirit was responsible for China's gradual emancipation from the powerful medieval religions of Buddhism and Taoism. Even within the schools of Confucianism or Neo-Confucianism themselves, there was always much independent thinking and critical doubt. Textual criticism and, higher, criticism of the Confucianist canon were early developed, and the scholars had little hesitation in rejecting a part or the whole of a highly venerated text as spurious or interpolated. This spirit of free criticism went so far that, by the last decades of the 19th century, there was hardly any major text of the Confucianist canon that was accepted without serious questioning by the liberal scholars. The same spirit of doubt and criticism has characterized all the social and political thinking of China during the last half of the century. Practically all the great leaders of Chinese thought of this period have been men who have studied the national cultural heritage critically, and who have had the moral courage to subject every aspect of it to searching and unsparing criteria of doubt and criticism. Neither religion, nor the monarchy, nor the towering sages of the past, nor the institutions of marriage and the family, was too sacred to be critically examined in the light of their survival value in a new age and a new world. It is important to note that this free and critical spirit in Chinese intellectual life is not imported but indigenous. Last year, when I deposited my father's unpublished manuscripts at the Library of Congress for safekeeping, I pointed out to the library authorities that, on every page of the regulation notebooks used by my father in an old-fashioned Chinese college about 80 years ago, there were printed in red these words: "The student must first learn to approach the subject in a spirit of doubt." The philosopher Chuang Tzu, 1020 to 1077 AD, used to say, "If you can doubt at points where other people feel no impulse to doubt, then you are making progress." It is this spirit of free criticism and doubt that has overthrown the dynasty and the monarchy, discarded the classical language as a tool of education and literature, and brought about a new age of political and social revolution and cultural renaissance in modern China. 3. How totally different is historic Japan? Historic Japan has been totalitarian in political organization, slavishly credulous in intellectual life, militaristic in training, and imperialistic in aspiration. The totalitarian and dictatorial form of government in historic Japan has been noted by both native and foreign observers. Sir George Sansom, the most sympathetic authority on Japanese history, says, "From 1615 or thereabouts, Japan was ruled by a feudal oligarchy, which anticipated in many respects the methods of government used by modern totalitarian states. The distinguishing features were there, the rule of a self-constituted elite, the disabilities imposed upon certain classes, the restriction of personal liberty, the sumptuary laws, the monopolies, the censorship, the secret police, and the doctrine that the individual exists for the state." When in 1868 this regime was overthrown, it was replaced not by a popular government, but by a powerful bureaucracy, which perpetuated the essential features of totalitarianism. Mr. Shiratori, former Japanese ambassador to Rome, and one of the authors and signers of the Tripartite Alliance of September 1940, goes even further than Sansom by saying that totalitarianism has been the fundamental principle of Japan's national life for the past 30 centuries. It is therefore no mere historical accident that Japan readily and willingly becomes a partner of the European Axis powers, and regards that partnership as the immutable policy of the empire. Secondly, much has also been written about the slavish acceptance of authority and tradition in Japanese intellectual life. The historical scholar in Japan must not question such traditionally accepted myths as those of the divine descent of the Japanese dynasty and nobility, of the sun goddess, of the date of February 11th, 660 BC, as the founding of the empire, or of the three sacred treasures, the mirror, the jewel, and the sword, handed down by the gods. Many years ago, Professor Tetsujiro Inoue of the Imperial University of Tokyo, in one of his learned works, ventured to express the opinion that the three sacred treasures at the shrine of Ise might be of possibly disputable authenticity. For this mild expression of doubt, Dr. Inoue was persecuted for years, was turned out of the university, and was actually subjected to the physical violence of the enraged mob, resulting in the loss of one of his eyes. No scholar came forward to defend him or his scientific doubt. In such an atmosphere of authoritarian and mob control of the intellectual life, it is most natural that not only dangerous thoughts are rigorously prohibited, but all thinking is regarded as dangerous. Thirdly, the same historical tradition also explains the ease and rapidity with which Japan has transformed herself into a first-class militaristic power. It explains one of the greatest historical puzzles. The puzzle is why, of all the non-European nations, Japan alone has been successful in adopting and mastering the martial and militaristic aspects of Western civilization. Neither China, nor India, nor Persia, nor Korea, nor Annam, nor Siam could do it. Japan alone was best qualified to undertake this rapid militarization because her ruling class, the daimyo and the samurai, had been educated, trained, and imbued in the militaristic tradition, and because what a ruling class did was always eagerly emulated by the whole nation. So it is again no mere historical accident that Japan of all the non-European nations has alone succeeded in becoming one of the greatest military powers within the short space of a few decades. Fourthly, the same historical tradition also explains Japan's immutable policy of imperialistic expansion. Continental expansion and world conquest have been the national ideal of Japan for all these 500 years. Over 350 years ago, In 1590, Hideyoshi, the great military hero of medieval Japan, sent letters to Korea, China, the Philippines, the Luchiu Islands, and India to inform them that he was embarking on a program of world conquest. I quote a few sentences from his letter to the King of Korea in the translation of Professor Yoshi Kuno. Hideyoshi, the Supreme Imperial Advisor of the Emperor of Japan, hereby addresses His Excellency the King of Korea. Although I was born to a family of low rank, my mother conceived me immediately after she had dreamed that the sun had entered into her bosom. A physiognomist interpreted this dream and predicted that I was destined to extend my authority to all parts of the world where the sun shines. Because I was born with so great a destiny which was revealed by this omen, those who have fostered feelings of enmity and opposition have been crushed and destroyed. Whenever and against whomever I have waged war, the victory has always been mine. The lands and districts invaded by me have always been conquered. Now our empire has entered upon a period of peace and prosperity. I am not willing to spend the remaining years of my life in the land of my birth. According to my idea, the nation that I would create should not be separated by mountains and seas, but should include them all. In starting my conquest, I planned that our forces should proceed to China and compel the people there to adopt our customs and manners. Then that vast country, consisting of more than 400 provinces, would enjoy our imperial protection and benevolence for millions of years to come. You, King of Korea, are hereby instructed to join us at the head of all your fighting men when we proceed to China. When he received no satisfactory reply from Korea, Hideyoshi sent an army of 305,000 men across the sea to invade China through Korea early in 1592. This war of unprovoked invasion lasted 7 years, and was ended only after the death of Hideyoshi himself. At the outset of his campaign, Hideyoshi worked out a timetable in which his army was to conquer Korea before the end of May 1592, and to occupy Peking, the capital of China, before the end of the year. In 1594, the Japanese imperial court would be removed to Peking, where the emperor would be enthroned as the emperor of the newly created empire. Hideyoshi would then establish himself at Ningpo, China. After that, his military leaders would then proceed to carry the military campaign into India and other Asiatic countries. The timetable of Hideyoshi was not carried out, but he has become the idol and ideal of the Japanese nation all these 350 years. What has happened during these decades, and what has happened during these last few months on the Asiatic continent and in the Pacific, are not historical accidents. They are the authentic echoes of the spirit of Hideyoshi. This authoritarian, slavishly credulous, militaristic, and fantastically imperialistic Japan is our honorable enemy, against whom China has been fighting for the last 5 years, and against whom and her European partners in aggression, the United Nations, representing 4/5 of mankind, are now waging a common war to the finish. 4. Out of these totally different historical backgrounds, there have grown up 2 fundamentally opposite ways of life. The free, democratic, and peaceful ways of my people are now dangerously threatened by the totalitarian, oppressive, and militaristic ways of Japan. China is fighting Japan, in the first place, because Japan is not only reviving in this modern age the cult of emperor worship, is not only actually restoring the monarchy in parts of China, but is solemnly undertaking on herself the divine mission of imposing her emperor worship and her totalitarianism on the continent of Asia and the whole world. China is fighting Japan. In the second place, because my people, who have always regarded doubt as a virtue and criticism as a right, do not wish to be dominated by a people who condemn all thinking as dangerous. And lastly, China is fighting Japan, because my people who have always loved peace and condemned war, cannot afford to live under the yoke of a people who have always glorified wars and always dreamed of world conquest. Foundations of friendship between the Chinese and the Americans. The Social Service Review. June 1944. Volume 18. Number 2. Pages 141 to 144. I gladly join the members and friends of the Immigrants' Protective League in celebrating the repeal of the Chinese exclusion laws by the Congress of the United States. All Chinese people, here and elsewhere, will gladly join with you in this celebration and in expressing to members of the present Congress our warm and deep appreciation for this action. The repeal of the exclusion laws means the removal of the last, but not the least, impediment to the friendship between the peoples of our two countries. Nearly 40 years ago, as a young lad of 14 or 15, I witnessed the Chinese boycott of American goods as an act of retaliation against the American exclusion of the Chinese. I cite this long-forgotten boycott to show how serious the situation was at one time. The exclusion law has always mystified my people, because it came from a people most friendly to China. It could have had more serious effects on the relationship between our two peoples if our people had not always had confidence that the people of the United States would surely someday do us justice and remove and repair this dangerously fractured link in the historic chain of Sino-American friendship. Now that this rusty link is removed and a historical wrong is redressed, it is worth while to re-examine the foundations on which the friendship between our two peoples has rested during all these years. Such an examination might give us new inspiration to rededicate ourselves to the task of further strengthening these foundations of our friendship. Sino-American friendship has rested upon three great foundation stones. 1. 100 years of non-aggressive and friendly policy on the part of the United States government toward China. 2. A century of American missionary work in China. 3. 3/4 of a century of the educating of Chinese students in American universities and colleges. China's political relationship with the European powers during the last 100 years, as you all know, has not been happy. But her relationship with the United States has been most friendly from the very beginning. Chinese soon began to see that here was a great Western nation which had no territorial or political designs on her, and which desired only the right to trade in China. From the very beginning, the American policy was one which was later described as the open-door policy. As the United States became more and more powerful, and as her voice carried more weight in the family of nations, this friendly and disinterested attitude toward China was more than once responsible for rescuing China from grave dangers of imperialistic aggression in the hands of the other great powers. It was John Hay whose strong notes on the open-door policy in China saved China from the great international crisis at the turn of the century. It was the Washington Conference of 1921-22 which helped China to get back the former German possessions in Shantung which Japan had taken at the beginning of World War I in 1914. It was the treaties of the Washington Conference which gave the Far East a decade of peace, until that peace was ruthlessly broken by Japan's aggression in Manchuria in 1931. And Whatever you may have heard said about the small amount of American aid to China during her 7 years of war against Japan, I can say to you that it is the American government and the American people who have been the main support of our courage and fighting morale throughout these terrible years of a devastating war. This, the 100 years of non-aggressive and pro-Chinese policy, has been the first foundation stone of Sino-American friendship. The second foundation stone of friendship has been the missionary movement. I am no Christian and have not been a student in any missionary school, but I can testify that the work of the American educational and medical missionaries in China has played a very important part in bringing about the mutual understanding and friendship between our two nations. Numerically, the American missionaries probably did not make many converts. Their main contribution has been in the direction of educational and medical service, in opening schools and hospitals, in translating Western books, religious, scientific, and educational works, into Chinese, and in agitating for social and political reforms. They were the pioneers who brought to China not only new ideas and ideals, but, more important still, a new way of looking at Chinese life and Chinese civilization. Together with their British and Canadian fellow workers, the American missionaries have done very good pioneer work in many fields of social and educational reform. The education of women, the education of the deaf and the blind, the introduction of modern medicine, hospitals, and nursing, these are a few of their most notable achievements. Many of the missionary schools have in more recent decades developed into universities and colleges of good standing. The greatest of these, the Peking Union Medical College, which has been taken over by the Rockefeller Foundation, but whose name testifies to its missionary origin, has been largely responsible for the training of young Chinese leaders in modern medicine, surgery, graduate nursing, and medical research. The missionary movement has not been a one-way traffic. The missionaries came into close contact with Chinese civilization and played their part as interpreters of China to their friends at home. When they returned to America, either on furlough or after retirement, they became the spokesman for the Chinese people and their cultural life. Their voice was heard by the hundreds of churches whose membership had supported the missionary schools or hospitals. Think of the thousands of Yale men who have given financial support to the Yale in China throughout the years and decades. Think of the University of Pennsylvania graduates who have supported Dr. McCracken in his medical work all these years. The missionary in this way has served as the bridge between two peoples, the benefactors and their beneficiaries. This bridge has been one of friendship, service, and understanding. The third foundation stone of Sino-American friendship has been the many thousands of Chinese students educated in the American universities and colleges. About the middle of the last century, there was only one Chinese graduate of an American university, Mr. Young Wing of Yale University. But for the last 30 years, there has been an annual average of 1,500 Chinese students in your colleges and universities. The substantial increase in the number of Chinese students began with the return of the surplus portion of the Boxer indemnity by the American government in 1908. The return of the indemnity was made without any conditions. But President Theodore Roosevelt, in his message to Congress, expressed a hope that the money might be used in educating young Chinese in the American universities. The Chinese government adopted the suggestion and pledged the use of the return funds for the education of our students in this country. The first group of indemnity scholarship students 47 in number, came in 1909. From 1909 to 1941, for over 30 years, the average number of such students has been about 75 each year, about 2,500 in 32 years. As usual in such cases of student migration, these scholarship students have brought many other students to this country, students who came either on other government scholarships or on their own private means. Thus the total number of students has been, year after year, many times the number of scholarship students. Take an average of 1,500 students a year, and you get the amazing figure of more than 15,000 students who have spent from 3 to 4 years in the American universities. Many of these men and women are now in the prime of life and are holding positions of leadership in all walks of life in China. The scholastic standing of the Chinese students has been systematically studied in some of your leading institutions. At the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, for example, a statistical study has been made of the scholastic standing of all national groups of students at the institution since its founding, and the result of this study has shown that the Chinese students as a national group have attained the highest average throughout the years. At Bryn Mawr College, some years ago, a Chinese student, Miss Ting, broke all records of scholastic excellence in the history of the college. And when she was studying medicine at the University of Michigan, the dean of the medical school one day made a speech to the medical students, in which he is reported to have said, "The students of the medical school can be divided into two classes, Class A, Miss Ting, and Class B, the rest of you." Such vast numbers of selected young Chinese men and women doing excellent work in your best universities and colleges, and carrying away high academic honors has served a purpose as valuable as that of the American missionary. They are the unofficial ambassadors of goodwill while they are in your midst, making the people of your college towns understand and appreciate the intellectual and moral capabilities of the Chinese youth, and when they return to China, they are the best missionaries and salesmen of American goods, tools, and machinery, and the American ways of life. They, the 15,000 Chinese students from the American universities and colleges and research laboratories, have been the builders of the third and perhaps the strongest foundation of friendship between our two peoples. But beneath these three great foundation stones of Sino-American friendship, there is something even more fundamental, which is the foundation of all foundations. That something is the sense of common humanity, which 100 years of contact and association have enabled our two peoples to discover and appreciate in each other. We have found that we love the same things and laugh at the same jokes, that we have the same moral and spiritual standards, and agree in the things we honor or despise. That is what I mean by our sense of common humanity. Some of the guests at this luncheon may have noticed a young American soldier coming to visit me at the speaker's table and present me to his young bride. I cannot resist the temptation to tell you a story about this American youth as an illustration of the point I have been making. This young soldier was once my chauffeur at the Chinese embassy. His name is Donald C., and he comes from a Chicago family of Scandinavian origin. He was with me for a little over a year. At the end of 1940, he came to tell me that he had to leave my service and go back to Chicago to finish his college education. "Mr. Ambassador," said he after we had bid each other goodbye, "I had never met any Chinese before coming to the embassy. During this last year, I have learned much about your people. I want to tell you, in particular, how much I have learned from observing your cook and Mrs. Hu's maid. I have learned to entertain the greatest respect for both of them. If your people are all like these two, Mr. Ambassador, your people must be a very great people. My young Scandinavian-American friend has hit upon a great truth. He has discovered in a common man and a common woman of China something which his own people have always considered noble and great. He has found the true foundation of all international friendship and understanding. Maker of Modern China, The Story of Sun Yat-sen. Into the Eighth Year, 1944, pages 17 to 23. Dr. Sun Yat-sen was born in a farming village in Xiangshan, in the province of Guangdong, in 1866, 2 years after the ending of the Great Taiping Rebellion, 1850–64. He once said of himself, "I am a coolie, and the son of a coolie. I was born with the poor, and I am still poor. My sympathies have always been with the struggling mass." When 12 years old, he went to Honolulu in 1879 to visit his immigrant elder brother, and was sent to a boys' school where, at the end of the 3rd year, he was awarded the 2nd prize in English grammar. He returned home in 1883. From 1884 to 1886, he studied at Queen's College, Hong Kong. It was in Hong Kong that he became a baptized Christian. In 1886, he took up medicine under the American missionary surgeon, Dr. John A. Kerr, in Canton. When the new medical school was established in Hong Kong in 1887, Sun Yat-sen was the first student to register. Here he studied for 5 years, and was graduated in 1892 with a certificate of proficiency in medicine and surgery. He practiced medicine and surgery in Macau and then in Canton. But his professional career did not last long, for he had become interested in other and more important things. He had already become the leader of a secret movement for the reform and remaking of China. Dr. Sun tells us that his revolutionary plans dated back to the year 1885, when China fought France and was defeated, resulting in the loss of Annam. "I resolved in that year that the Manchu regime must go, and that a Chinese republic must be established." He was then in his 19th year. From that time on, says he, "the school was my place of propaganda, and medicine my medium for entrance into the world." In 1893, on the eve of the First Sino-Japanese War, Dr. Sun made a visit to North China, and presented a memorandum to the Chinese statesman Li Hongchang. The memorandum is remarkable as a record of the young revolutionary's early political ideas. In this paper, Dr. Sun formulated the 4 fundamental objectives of a modern state. 1. To enable man to exert his utmost capability. Wink with a frown. 2. To utilize land to its utmost fertility. 3. To use material nature to its utmost utility. And 4. To circulate goods with the utmost fluidity. The next year, 1894, war broke out between China and Japan. China was badly defeated, and the weakness of the old regime was clearly exposed to the whole nation and to the whole world. Dr. Sun thought this was the best opportunity for the overthrow of the Manchu dynasty. He went to Honolulu and founded the Xingcheng Hui Society for the Restoring of China. He returned to China early in 1895 and began to plot for an armed uprising and seizure of the city of Canton as a base of the revolution. It was an elaborate plot, requiring half a year of preparation and involving hundreds of people. But it failed, and over 70 were arrested. 3 were executed, including one of Dr. Sun's intimate comrades. A price of $1,000 was set on Sun's person. He was only 29. After his escape from Canton, Dr. Sun went to Japan, whence he proceeded to Honolulu and visited the United States for the first time. In September 1896, Dr. Sun sailed from New York for England, arriving in London on October 1st. On October 11, 1896, Dr. Sun was kidnapped by officials of the Chinese legation. He was imprisoned there for 12 days, and it was undoubtedly the intention of the Chinese government to smuggle him back to China to be executed as the archenemy of the throne. By winning the sympathy of an English servant in the legation, Dr. Sun succeeded in sending a message to his English teacher and host, Dr. James Cantley. Through the efforts of Dr. Cantley, the story was published in a London newspaper, and the Chinese legation immediately became the center of newspaper reporters. The secretary of the legation had to admit the presence of an involuntary guest at the legation. At the request of the British Secretary of Foreign Affairs, Dr. Sun was released on October 23. This dramatic episode made his name known throughout the United Kingdom, Europe, and America. It made him a world figure at the age of 30. For 2 years, 1896 to 98, he remained in England and Europe. These years were most fruitful in the development of his political and social ideas. "What I saw and heard during those 2 years," said Dr. Sun, "gave me much insight into the situation in the West. I began to realize that, in spite of great achievements in wealth and military prowess, the great powers of Europe have not yet succeeded in providing the greatest happiness of the vast majority of the people, and that the reformers in these European countries were working hard for a new social revolution. This led my thought toward a more fundamental solution of China's problems. I was, therefore, led to include the principle of the people's livelihood on the same level as the principles of nationalism and democracy. Thus were formulated my 3 principles." It was about this time that he made a study of the socialistic literature of England and continental Europe. He was especially influenced by Henry George's Progress and Poverty. He never became a single taxer, but George's theories on the social origin of the rise of land value and the importance of public control of land left a permanent impression on his social teachings. After leaving Europe in 1898, he returned to the East and resided in Japan for 2 years, 1898 to 1900. He came into contact with the leaders of the popular parties of Japan. China was then going through turbulent times. Japan, Russia, Germany, Britain, and France had seized important territories from China. The country was being mapped out into spheres of influence of imperialistic powers. There was much talk about the partitioning of China. The glamorous 100 Days reforms came in 1898 and were swept away by the reactionary forces under the leadership of the ignorant Empress Dowager. Then came the Boxer movement in 1900, which resulted in the armed intervention by the joint forces of 8 foreign powers. Dr. Sun saw in this situation his opportunity for another attempt to start his anti-monarchical revolution, which was launched in the autumn of 1900 at Canton and Huichao. During the first years of the new century, thousands of Chinese students were flocking to Japan to study at her schools and universities. Dr. Sun found many of these mature students ready to listen to his teachings and follow his leadership. So in 1905, he founded in Tokyo the Chunqua Tungming Hui, the Chinese Society of Covenanters, with original members representing 17 of the 18 provinces of China. Each member must pledge under oath solemnly to carry out the terms of the covenant, to wit, 1. Drive away the Tartars. 2. Recover China for the Chinese. 3. Establish a republic. 4. Equalize ownership of land. From 1906 to 1911, at least 10 uprisings were started. He counted only 9 as under the direction of himself or the party. 9 times they failed, each time costing the lives of many heroic martyrs. But the 10th uprising, which broke out at Wuchang, opposite Hankow, on October 10, 1911, finally succeeded. In the brief time of a month, 13 of the 18 provinces responded to the revolutionary call and declared their independence of the Manchu dynasty. Dr. Sun was then in America and read the news of the Wuchang success in a morning paper at a small hotel in Denver, Colorado. He quietly traveled eastward to New York and thence to England and Europe, finally sailing from Marseilles in November and arriving in Shanghai on December 24. On December 29, 1911, the Provisional Senate of the Republic met and, by a vote of 16-1, elected Sun Yat-sen Provisional President of the Republic. On New Year's Day, 1912, he was inaugurated president at Nanking. Meanwhile, negotiations had been going on for a peaceful coming together of the provinces. The dynasty was no longer capable of making any resistance. But a powerful Chinese politician, Yuan Shikai, was in command of a formidable army. The objective in the negotiations was to win over Yuan Shikai to the support of the revolution. On February 12, the throne abdicated, thus terminating 267 years of Manchu rule in China. On the 13th, Dr. Sun presented his resignation to the Provisional Senate. The next day, his resignation was accepted, and Yuan Shikai was elected Provisional President. Dr. Sun was Provisional President only 45 days. His resignation was an act of self-sacrifice best symbolizing his great patriotism and his Christian spirit. Unfortunately, the man on whom Dr. Sun had placed his mantle turned out to be reactionary and a traitor to the Republic. In the next few years, a fierce struggle went on between Dr. Sun's newly reorganized party, the Kuomintang, the People's Party, and the reactionary forces under Yuan Shikai. The Kuomintang had an overwhelming majority in both houses of the new parliament elected in 1913. But the reaction had military and financial power on its side. The Kuomintang was dissolved by force, and finally the parliament was dissolved by force. Dr. Sun went into exile in Japan, and Yuan Shikai soon made himself emperor. All liberal parties united in fighting against this monarchical restoration. Yuan Shikai died a disappointed man on June 6, 1916. But the dark forces he had released lived on after him, and ran amok for a number of years to come. For the next decade, 1916 to 25, Dr. Sun sometimes lived in Shanghai, devoting his time to studying and writing, but on many occasions, he took an active part in revolutionary campaigns against the militaristic reaction. His successes were only intermittent and insignificant. In 1924, he undertook a radical reorganization of his party on the model of the Communist Party in Soviet Russia. This reorganization, in the light of history, was far more significant than his many political and military campaigns since the founding of the Republic. The important steps taken at that time included: 1. The enlargement of the party membership by soliciting the enrollment of younger men and women throughout the country. 2. The formal admission of members of the Chinese Communist Party to active membership in the Kuomintang. 3. The employment of a number of Russian political and military advisors. 4. The revival of nationalism as the paramount issue, aiming at the freeing of China from the historical shackles of the unequal treaties, which the imperialistic powers had imposed on China for nearly a century. 5. The founding of the Whampoa Military Academy under the directorship of Chiang Kai-shek, for the training of new and ideologically inspired officers as a nucleus of a new revolutionary army. None of these important measures had shown tangible results when Dr. Sun died in Peking on March 12, 1925. But he had the satisfaction to read on his deathbed the cheering news that, in that very week, his armies, under the lead of the young officers of the Whampoa Academy, were scoring crushing victories over the reactionary forces. 2 weeks after his death, the province of Kwangtung was entirely free from opposing forces, and thus became the consolidated base for the new nationalist revolution of which Dr. Sun had dreamed for years, but which did not succeed in unifying the nation until a few years after his death. In 1918, Dr. Sun planned to write a series of books under the general scheme of planning for national reconstruction. His plan was interrupted by subsequent political activities, and only the following works were published: Sad Face 1, The Philosophy of Sun 1, 1919. 2. The First Step in Democracy, which is a translation of an American textbook on parliamentary rules, 1919. Wink with a Frown 3, The International Development of China, 1921. 4. An Outline of National Reconstruction for the National Government, 1924. 5. 16 Lectures on Senmin Chui, 1924. Dr. Sun's greatest contribution to Chinese nationalism lies in the great vigor and force of his personal leadership, which revitalized the nationalistic consciousness of the Chinese people and made it the irresistible driving force, first against the alien rule of the Manchu dynasty, and later against foreign domination in China. He lived to see the overthrow of the Manchu dynasty, but history will undoubtedly give him full credit for his part in the new nationalist movement which has made possible the political unification of China, the long and successful resistance to Japanese aggression, and, last but not least, the final abolition of the unequal treaties, which was realized last year by the new treaties concluded between China and Great Britain and between China and the United States respectively. It was fortunate for China and for the world that the movement of Chinese nationalism was led and guided by Dr. Sun, whose Anglo-Saxon education, scientific training, and international outlook were all great assets in directing what might have been a destructive and explosive force into moderate and constructive channels. Of the 6 lectures he had planned on the people's livelihood, only 4 were delivered. In the incomplete documents he has left us, there is not much in his economic program which can be regarded as truly new. His contribution consists in his moderation and usual eclecticism. Although he was at one time willing to cooperate with the communists, he was never converted to the Marxist theories of class struggle and materialistic interpretation of history. He had great faith in the power of the non-economic factors in history, the power of the mind, the will, and the ideas. Indeed, his book, The Philosophy of Sun 1, was published with the subtitle, Psychological Reconstruction. He was never tired of preaching that a psychological and intellectual revolution must precede any important political and economic change. And the story of his life was the best proof of the validity of this faith. A concise summary of his economic program is found in his Outline of National Reconstruction. It contains these: 1. The government must provide for the 4 basic needs of the people, namely, food, clothing, housing, and locomotion. 2. Each shin, county, government, inaugurating self-government, must first determine the value of all privately owned land within its jurisdiction. The owners shall themselves report the land value, and the government shall assess taxes on the basis of the declared value. All subsequent rise in land value due to political improvement and social progress shall be considered as the public property of the people. Note the influence of Henry George's Progress and Poverty. 3. All unearned increment of land value, all products of public domain, all yield from the natural resources of the nation, such as mines, water power, and forests, shall be the public property of the local governments, and shall be used for public enterprises and for public benefit. 4. When a local government is incapable of undertaking alone the developing of its natural resources, industries, or commercial enterprises, the central government shall give aid to secure the needed capital. 5. A plank not included in the outline, but often discussed in his lectures, is the idea of regulation of capital. Dr. Sun never advocated the abolition of private enterprise or private capital, but capital must be subject to the proper regulation of the government in the interest of the people. Throughout his whole life, Dr. Sun was essentially under the influence of the political thinking and political institutions of the Anglo-Saxon nations. The democratic ideas and practices of Switzerland and France also had great influence on him. But he was always interested in 2 political institutions developed by the Chinese people throughout the ages. The first is the competitive examination system for the civil service. This he wished to preserve in a modernized form. The other is the system of censorial control over the government. This was a peculiarly Chinese institution by which the Chinese government created its own check and opposition, and which empowered a special branch of the government to censure and impeach the government, not excepting the emperor himself and his family. This institution Dr. Sun also wished to preserve in his new constitution. Therefore, Dr. Sun works out what he calls the 5-power constitution, the 5 being executive, legislative, judiciary, examinational, and censorial control. The examinational power means placing all civil service under the merit system. The power of censorial control means taking out of the traditional parliament those semi-judicial powers of interrogation, inquiry, public investigation and hearing, and impeachment, and making them into a separate and independent power of the government. It should also include the checking and auditing of all governmental accounts. Dr. Sun had no use for the negative or laissez-faire theory of government. He wanted a government with tremendous powers to do big things for the nation and the people. He said that the fear of a powerful and effective government was due to a fundamental defect in political thinking, a lack of confidence in the power of the people to control a government when it becomes too powerful. This defect can be remedied by a proper conception of the difference between political sovereignty and administrative capability or efficiency. The government must have administrative capability to do things, but the people should have the sovereign power to control it. It is foolish to assert popular sovereignty at the expense of administrative capability. The objective of democratic control of the government, therefore, should not be to paralyze administrative effectiveness, but only to safeguard the people against possible abuse of power by the government. Dr. Sun thinks that the safeguard lies in extending the political powers of the people. The people must have 4 political powers. 1. The power of voting at the elections. 2. The power of recall, that is, recall of elected officers. 3. The power of initiative, that is, of initiating legislation. 4. The power of referendum, that is, having legislation referred back to the people. These institutions of direct democracy have been taken by Dr. Sun from Switzerland and such northwestern states of the USA as Oregon. Dr. Sun was confident that the full exercise of these 4 powers by the people in a constitutional democracy will ensure against the danger of any government becoming too powerful for the safety and well-being of the people. The tragic experiences of the early years of the Republic had modified the early optimistic enthusiasm of the father of the Chinese Revolution and led him to work out his theory of the 3 stages of national reconstruction. The 3 stages are: 1. The military or revolutionary stage, 2. The tutelage or guardianship stage, and 3. The constitutional stage. Any province which is fully unified and pacified shall immediately inaugurate its 2nd stage of political tutelage. During the tutelage period, the government should dispatch trained and selected officials to assist the localities in achieving self-government. When a county has completed its population census, its land survey, its road building program, and when the people of the county have been sufficiently trained in the exercise of their 4-fold political powers, such a county shall be declared to have attained the status of self-government, and shall henceforth elect its own executive and legislative officers. Any province wherein all the counties have attained self-government shall inaugurate its constitutional government. When more than half of the total number of provinces have attained self-government, there shall be called the National Assembly, which shall decide upon a national constitution and proclaim it. Hereafter, the people shall hold the national election in accordance with the Constitution. The provisional national government shall resign 3 months after the completion of the elections, and transfer the administration to the popularly elected government. The real enemies of the revolution and national reconstruction, says Dr. Sun, are psychological and philosophical. Experience had taught him that the greatest obstacle to a successful revolution in China was to be found in the proverbial philosophy of the Chinese people, which holds that to know is easy, but to act is difficult. Dr. Sun maintains that it is this traditional philosophy which has paralyzed action and retarded progress. To counteract this psychological defeatism, Dr. Sun proposes his own philosophy of life and action. To know is difficult, but to act is easy. This apparently paradoxical dictum he tries to establish in his book, The Philosophy of Sun 1. He cites 10 groups of facts as proofs of his philosophy. To eat, for example, is easy. Yet how many persons can claim to know all the scientific facts concerning the physiology of feeding and digestion, and the chemistry of nutrition and dietetics? Does this lack of knowledge ever deter anyone from the simple and necessary act of eating? Similarly, it is exceedingly easy for everybody to spend money, but it is very difficult indeed even for the trained social scientist to grasp the subtleties and mysteries of that wonderful branch of knowledge called economics. His other proofs include house building, shipbuilding, electricity, and such early chemical industries as the making of soybean curd and the manufacture of porcelain. In all these, he points out that action often comes before knowledge and sometimes even without knowledge, that the task of knowing is necessarily confined to the few, the architect who plans the skyscraper or designs the ocean liner, or the inventor of the telephone or the wireless telegraphy, or the chemist who analyzes the bean curd and theories about its nutritional value, and that, for the vast majority of people, action even in such difficult matters as modern shipbuilding is possible and easy if they will only follow the blueprints worked out by those who know. All action becomes impossible only when people are frightened by the defeatist preachings of the false prophets, who fear what they ought not to fear, and who fear not what they ought to fear. They teach that knowledge is easy whereas it is in fact not easy, and they fear that action is difficult whereas it is not difficult at all. Dr. Sun's philosophy of action, therefore, teaches that most men can act even without knowledge, that they surely can act with the aid of knowledge, and that they will act better with the increasing knowledge which comes from the experience of action. Follow leadership and respect those who know, but do not let your adoration of knowledge deter you from the courage to act.